But a bop boom. Okay. Pow. All right. Here we go. Back here again.
雑誌とかにもよく載ってんじゃん。
And I'm basically continuing directly where I left off. I'm continuing directly where I left off. Last stream or last Persona stream. Accidentally skipped 2 dialogue options in the process of trying to make sure I set this all up right and all that, but that's okay because do you care? I don't care. Anyway, let me get a sip of water, gather my mind. Okay. Yep. Breathe, think, say something. Yeah, so I just do not much of an intro. It's Persona 4 Golden. It's all there. It's on your screen. And peak, the best Persona character of all time is on the screen right now. I mean, what more do I need to say? Right? Right. But yeah, I'm gonna like start the conversation now and just go forth. Go forth. I shall.
この町で一番立派な老舗旅館
Okay.
だね。ユキコはそこの次期女将なんだ。
Uh-huh. And I just want to point out, by the way, for any VOD watchers or anybody in general, don't expect me not to play this game in Japanese sub or dub. I genuinely like, that's just how I like to play games in their native language. If there's dub involved, then there's dub involved. And if people don't like that, kick rocks. It's my stream and it's how my gaming experience. How you doing, Fang? How's your day going? How's your life going? Anything interesting happen? If not, that's fine because I had a great day and I had a great conversation with my dad. And I'm going to share some parts of that conversation in a story time later in this stream. Just got to wait till a few more people come in, you know. Wait till a few more people show up. How you doing, Kilo? How you doing, Kilo? But yeah. Stolly? The fuck is that? How you doing, dummy? That sounds like an insult. How you doing? How about I just say dumb? No, okay. How you doing, me? No, that sounds stupid. Okay, just say it. How you doing, dummy? How's your day going? How's y'all's day going? Everything going good? Let me know. Let me know. You could or you couldn't. You don't have to, but you could. You could let me know. You know. In fact, you know what? Let me do something. Oh yeah, let me do it. Let me do it. I gotta make a poll just cause. There we go. And then like that, boom. There we go. Now I got a fun little poll you guys can answer. It sounds so cringe. Stally, but stale, buddy. Stale, understandable. Anyway, yeah, there we go. Yeah, y'all can feel free to answer that poll if you want to, or you don't have to. But hey, it doesn't matter because I'm still yapping, chapping, lapping. All right, now let me actually progress some dialogue. Hey, what?
ユキコンチ目当ての観光
It
客と
actually
かもい
attracts a
る
lot of
し、
visitors in
この
Inaba.
町それっ
Pretty
ぽい
much
とこ
keeps
も
this
多いし
town
さ。
going. You're doing okay? That's fantastic, bro. It's fantastic to hear. And if anybody's not doing okay, don't worry. Don't worry. I got a fantastic story to talk to you guys about. Just gotta wait for a few more people to show up and chat. Because they will be showing up in chat. LARPing? What about LARPing? I must warn you, Fang. I'm not really up to date on modern slang and trends on whatever is happening. So while I understand the surface level of the LARPing thing and thingy thing, I have no idea what you're talking about if you're making a reference to anything specific because I don't know. My day wasn't great at all. I only tell you if you're absolutely ready. Oh no, go for it, dude. I'm ready for the worst. I'm ready for the best. I just want to talk about it. LARPing is just rage bait. Huh. Anyway, that makes sense. I guess I don't. How could LARPing be rage bait? I don't get it. That's fine.
そんなことないけど、
Mm. think that's entirely true.
ね、ところでさ、ユキコって美人だと思わない？
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
でしょ？ちょっとまたそういうこと。
Uh-huh.
学校でもすごい
She's
モ
really
テる
popular
の
at
にさ、
school, but she never had a
彼氏ゼ
boyfriend.
ロ。
Kind of weird, huh?
やめてよいきなり。全部嘘だからね。モテるとか彼氏ゼロ
She's
とか。
unpopular to her dad. I've never had a boyfriend. Okay.
違った。
Wait, no, what I meant to say was I don't need a boyfriend. Words.
もう知恵。
ごめんごめん。だってせっかくなのにノリ悪いんだもん。あれ、なんだろう。
Nandaro. I think Chie is cuter, not gonna lie. See, Fang, you get it. You understand. You completely understand everything that needs to be understood in this universe. Chie is the best Persona character of all time, and it doesn't matter what anybody has to say. There's no stat line you could give me. There's no plot line. There's no story. Listen, Chie #1. And you can't stop that from being the truth, because it is the truth. The universe said so. Fang said so. Even though he didn't directly say that. But you know what? That's how I'm going to interpret that as, because Chie is #1. And everything all roads lead back to Rome. It all leads back to Chie. Okay. Got the music playing. So he's ready to take a nap and everything's set. The tempo, the pillow, the dark is perfect. A little too perfect, but he didn't realize so. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Without any warning, no ache, nothing at all. All right. Nothing at all. You know, this music is actually perfect while you tell me your harrowing story of how your Monday went so far. So I'm gonna let you cook. I'm gonna let you cook, Kilo. Let me have it. Let me know. The tragic story of your tragic Monday so far. But I'm imagining, my guesses, here's my guesses. Here's my guess. The Monday started out with okay, we got a nap coming up. Woo-hoo! As an adult, I understand that one. And ruin. All right. Diarrhea hit you. Whoa. Yeah, I forgot how to spell diarrhea too. I'm sure if I tried, it'd come back to me, maybe, but who cares? Didn't have time to reach for the... No way. I was hoping you at least made it to the toilet. Okay, all right. So that would definitely kill any kind of nap, ever. The fuck did bro eat? Okay, that sounds horrible. Bro, you almost made it to the finish line. Of a nap, of course, obviously. But then you didn't realize you had a whole nother race to run. They never told you signed up for this one. Yeah, it was in a waiver. Did you read the whole thing? Of course not. Just laughed at yourself for 3 hours. I mean, how else would you deal with that? That sounds like one of those things, especially as an adult, you just gotta be like, fuck, bro. I can't believe that this is my life right now at this very moment. Cause that just fucking sucks. Like, just imagining that you either laugh about it or you just go stare at a wall and think about your life. You got a choice, and you made the best one you could in that moment. How you doing, Yumi? How am I doing today? I'm doing fantastic. I got a story. When a few more people show up, I will tell y'all a great story I had, a conversation I had with my dad today. It was a great conversation. Maybe not every detail, but you know, the important parts, the uplifting parts. But anyway, you couldn't sleep at all since the smell engraved in your brain. Damn. That's fucked, Kilo. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. That sounds like that's actually one of the worst parts about it. You can do all the cleanup, you can get all the fucking, cleaning stuff you use. Like you could dump the whole bed in the dumpster. I don't know. Who cares? It destroy the floors, burn it all down. The smell is not gonna go away because your brain won't let it go away. It's gonna be a bit before you forget that smell. That's the worst part about it. It's the worst part about it, man. How do kids get through these sort of things without thinking about it too much? They don't think at all. That's the answer, which is not possible as an adult because you've got a lot of things to think about. Therefore, the thought of that smell is going to keep popping up every time you use your brain for anything at all. And now that your nap was disrupted, it's even worse. That sounds like a terrible start to your Monday, my good sir. And I'm hoping, here's my hope for me to you, or from me to you, that this stream at least gives you something to take your mind off of it, because goddamn, it was your first time being ambushed by diarrhea like that. I mean, lucky you, I guess. I've been ambushed by diarrhea a few times in my youth because I still do have like a thing with my guts, like my literal actual guts, like it's a surgery thing that I had when I was really, really young, that I needed to save my life basically. But yeah, so for me, I just have to watch out for what I eat. And when I eat certain things, I'm basically on like a clock, you know? And I'm not talking like, you know, a day, a few hours. I mean like, maybe like 2 hours at best. At worst, we're looking at like maybe 45 minutes before my body's like, hey, remember that thing you had 45 minutes ago? Let's talk about it, motherfucker. Ain't no toilet involved. I'm just kidding. I'm obviously good enough to make it to a toilet. I've been living with this issue since single digit ages, you know, but, you know, at some point you just gotta, you know, obviously I perfect parry my way to the toilet all the time. But it's so like if I don't eat the right things or if I eat the wrong thing at the wrong time, my whole day's fucked. Like I better not have nothing important to do if I ate some fucking ice cream. Nah. Shouldn't have anything important to do if I do that. That's basically me saying, yeah, I have nothing to do today, literally nothing at all. I'm gonna go eat some ice cream because that's how bad it is for me. And I'm lactose intolerant too. So it's on top of some surgery I had when I was a wee little child on my guts, on my internals, my intestines to save my life. I'm also lactose intolerant. So yeah, you'll be having wet dreams. I be having wet pants. Okay, I'm glad I don't wet my pants. I probably like peed myself maybe like 3 times growing up as a kid at most, and that was mainly because I had the terrible habit of drinking a lot of different stuff before I went to bed and never using the restroom. Obviously, once you get that rhythm down, that'll never happen. But you know, as kids, you don't really think about these things. You don't care about the consequences of having drunk several things of juice because your parents let you and didn't mind, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna drink hella juice. Oh my goodness, I love this. I love apple juice. I love in whatever juice I consumed. And then I go to bed and I wake up wondering why my dream about using the restroom wasn't me using the fucking restroom in real life. You know. Anyway, let's push forward. Let's push forward a little bit. So the high schooler left early today. That high schooler left school early, and she came down the street. Well, who could imagine that hanging from an antenna? It reminded me once I reached the toilet when I was young at 2 a.m. But forgotten to actually get inside and just did it in your. Oh wow! So basically, you forgot as a young little person, you forgot, oh wait, I'm supposed to take my clothes off or remove the part that I need to actually use the restroom, and you just kind of went. You were in the restroom and your brain was like, oh, we're good now. That's all we need to do. No further steps required. You made it. Apple juice looks like piss. If you don't think about it like that, or if you just don't look at it, I just know it tastes good.
ついさっき警察と消防団で降ろしちゃったのよ。
怖いわね。こんな近くで死体だなんて。
Dead body showed up around here, huh?
え、今なんて。
The dead body?
おい、ここで何してる？ まあそうだろうな。
Banana milch. Milch? What the fuck is milch? It's it's the second best invention on Earth. I don't know what banana milch is. I've never heard of that. It always tastes creamy. Understandable.
たくあの校長、ここは通すな。
Oh, hold on. Time out. I need to do that real quick. What does it matter what I just did? Don't worry.
って言った。
知り合い
Who else said milch? It's milk in German? Ah, okay, that makes sense. I was wondering. I've never heard of milch before. It makes sense that it's milk. No, banana milk, I'm down with banana milk. I like banana flavored things. Almost as much as I like, what was it? What's the word I'm looking for?
仲良くしてやってくれ。
Not vanilla. What's the word? Fucking, motherfucking, caramel? No. Hazelnut. Is it hazelnut? Shit. Brain's not working. I can't remember the thing that I like more than banana flavored things. And that's okay. It just happens. It
と
happens.
にかく3人ともうろうろしてないで。
So stop wandering around and head straight home. No, when you head straight home.
足立、おめえはいつまで姉妹気分だ。今すぐ本庁帰るか。
すいません。
さく、顔洗ってこい。すぐ自撮り出るぞ。
Mm-hmm.
さっきの校内放送ってこれのこと？
アンテナに
Adachi, what about Adachi?
ってどういうことなんだろう。
ねえユキコさ、ジュネスに寄って帰んのまたにしよっか。
うん。
じゃあ
Okay, so I guess you really like Adachi.
明日から頑張ろう、お隣さん。
You think someone else is in a full stream, but you just can't prove it because you can't see them? I mean, someone's probably in there. Probably somebody. But until they take, the thing about it is, I'm gonna put it out there. All right, for anybody who doesn't know, I can't tell personally until that person talks in chat. Then I can see a list of participants. Then it's basically like the moment you talk in chat, you're basically like signing up as you're giving yourself attendance, you know, like, hey, I'm here. Even though like before that you were just a number of viewer, now you're a known identified viewer. You're like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm doing a thing here. Yes. So yeah, just how it works. I'm not too worried about it. Now that actually, you know, the funny thing is, that actually might scare somebody away. Like just knowing that might make them think, oh no, I might get identified and leave, and then they leave the stream. I don't know why people have that kind of that level of like social anxiety to the point where it just acts, even incidentally being called out like that, even though it's not being called out. I'm just saying, like, the moment you type in chat, you're basically like putting a name to the number of people watching. That's literally just how it works. That's it. But that's enough for some people to just dip immediately because they don't want to be identified, or they don't want to potentially be you know, I don't know how that works. Isn't that weird? I don't understand the logic behind these actions, but this is why I usually don't even try to bother pointing out if people are like there or not, because like, who cares? I don't. If they're watching, they're watching. If they're not watching, it is what it is. Oh, by the way, Cat knows he's a mod now. Yeah, Cat, he knows. Both are mods, so Cats. I love it. Oh, I mean, I guess 3 of them. I mean, 2 out of 3 are, yes. 2 out of 3 are cats. By their own volition. Crazy how that works. Music, bro. Damn. So where am I going? Fuck it, I don't know where I'm going. You must be a student of Yasagami High. You should head straight home for the day. Oh, fuck you, you head straight home. The stairs. Isn't this the river? Isn't this river something? It's called the Samigawa. It has tons of fish. It's a wonderful, beautiful river. I keep seeing police cars zooming by today. Was there some kind of incident? No, somebody just died, that's all. Whenever my friend gets near Aya, the meatballs place. Oh, I never heard of that. But he always screams, Aya! I told him, why do you even do that? It's stupid. And then he joined him. You know what? Sounds about right. I can fish here? Alright. Can I do it right now? See shadows of fish beneath the water surface. If you have a fishing rod, you may be able to fish here. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I need to come with a fishing rod. Thanks for the information. I would have never checked. Later in the game. Well, yep, figure that one out. Anything here? Can I go here? I can go here. Okay, what about here? Nothing specific. No, you don't have to tell me. I'm a gamer, bro. I'll figure it out. Trust. Leave the floodplain. Yep. All right. So, what about high school? Yeah. I figured. Central Shopping District. Same thing. He says, the other guy, go home. Can I go shopping? No, because I ain't got no money. Take my broke ass home. That's what I'm gonna do now. I'm just moving along. Oh, wait, there's more. Yes, there's more. Never mind. I thought this would take me to the exit. I forget. There's more. Owner's nowhere to be found. Okay, so all of it's gonna basically say the same thing right now because I haven't really got anything going in the story yet. One, focus on your social links, especially party members. Ah, yes, I'm very much aware. Worry not, Kilo. I am, as a Persona fan, I am very much informed on what I need to do and what I should focus on. You might be dealing with someone who's never directly played Persona games, but ain't no Persona rookie, that's for sure. Also, I'm very much attuned to turn-based games in general. There's always something you gotta focus on. If you don't focus on it, you fall behind. And if you fall behind, you suck. And I don't like sucking. So trust, I won't suck. I might not be legendary, but I won't suck. Okay, anything here? I'm just checking for secrets. Money is just a little. It's just a little. And PvP4G, only by armor. XP and settings. It'll help a bit. Just hit the more XP. Just gives. Suck a popsicle. Just gives a bit more. I got you. I'll play the game without the more XP for a little bit just to feel the difference. Where is that, by the way? Where is it? Would it be in game? It would be in game, I bet. Anime subtitles, quick persona memory, battle order memory, text. I'm assuming that's gonna be somewhere else, right? Just simply knowing where it is would be useful at some point, right? Is it a difficulty thing? Ah, it's a difficulty thing. I see current. And then this money, more or less, I understand. Do I like Enderman? I don't care for him. I'm not really, as much Minecraft content as I've consumed in my life, I don't really care for Minecraft mobs with the same energy that most people care for them. You know, like it's never really, I've never created that kind of connection in my brain. I'm like, oh, it's Minecraft mobs or whatever. It's like, cool. Zombie, creeper, Enderman. They're cool and all, I guess, but design-wise, ultimately, maybe it's because it's just it's Minecraft, I guess. I don't know how to put I don't know how to put it, but for me, Minecraft mobs are just that, Minecraft mobs. They never really make me feel anything. And also, another factor of it is I don't get scared by games as easily as the average person does. So Endermans have never really creeped me out ever. So I don't have the fear factor or that kind of connection to them either. It's like just in general, I just you know what I mean? Retries. I don't really care for retries in battles. I'll look at that later. I want to do normal for now, and then we'll see about that later. Now, I check this. It's a small fortune. I'm assuming I can put something in that box and get a buff. Plenty of decisions in a future. Okay, what you got to say to me, bro? It's a little unbelievable to see so many policemen in this town. This has never happened before. What about you? What do you have to say? Heard that there was some kind of incident. Can't believe that could happen in a small town like ours. I'm so scared. I don't even want to be outside. You should get home quickly too. You're so scared you're walking. Anyway, yeah. So can't interact with any of the shops right now. So that's fine. Police officer, same thing. Oh. Wait, hold on. Is this a shop I can go to? Bicycle store, but the shutters are closed. Alright, well, be able to check it out when I check it out. Alright. Junez department store. Let's go stare at things here. And as it turns out, no Junez. Wait, what? Elevator is currently being inspected. Who the fuck inspects an elevator? Alright, sure. Alright, and let's go home. Can I use this? There's a scooter parked down in front. I don't think it'll let me use it. Just gonna buy some. Oh wait, what? She said something interesting. They took that open land and made it into a garden. Mighty fine one. I wish I had some open land like that. Oh, I fucked up. I thought I could get that whole conversation again. There's an empty patch of dirt and open in the next space. Oh, I'm assuming, based on what they just said here, I'm gonna be able to make a garden, right? That's my assumption. It's my gamer assumption. Nope. I'm going home. Going home. Let's go do thing. It will become evening when you return home. Well, why I can't do anything else? Get books later on to help. I got you, Kilo. Like I said before, I am a PlayStation. I'm no Persona rookie. I do understand the things that I need to do and whatnot. I got you, bro.
ではまず今日最初のニュース。静かな郊外の町で不気味な事件です。
Our top stories.
本日正午頃、稲葉市の鮫川付近で女性の
Samegawa River in Inaba. Okay. The TV zone, the TV zone, the school zone is being shown on TV. Could this be the incident you heard about?
見つかったのは地元テレビ局のアナウンサー
Miss Mayumi Yamano,
27歳です。
27-year-old announcer at the local
稲葉
television
警察署
station.
の調べによりますと、
稲葉警察、お父さんの働いてるとこだ。
Uh-huh.
わかってる。お仕事だから。
遺体は民家の屋根の大型のテレビアンテナに引っかかったような状態で発見されました。
Hanging from a large television antenna.
なぜこのような異常な状態になったかは現在のところ分かっていないということです。
Oh, Mayumi has the same hair as me, except the bangs are longer. we match, or you match. Well, I just want to point out that that individual is now dead, hanging from a giant TV antenna. So, be careful with that one. Anyway.
死因も今のところ不明で、警察では事件と事故の両面から捜査を進めることにしています。ただ周辺には地域特有の霧が出ており、
canvass the area is delayed until tomorrow. It seems that the local TV station's announcer was found dead near the Yasogami High School campus. Her affair with the local councilman secretary has been on the news just the other
屋
day.
根の上で見つかったの？なんか
Or it was
怖
on
い
the
ね。
news? I didn't read that correctly, did I? Maybe I did. Mm. Mm-hmm.
ジュネスだ。
I like how it's like that's such a normal thing in like real life too. It's like crazy, terrible news on TV. Someone died in a horrific way or something. And
ジュネスは毎日のお客様
then
の
here
会話
comes
で
your favorite
来て
thing,
見て触れてくだ
completely
さい。
distracted from the topic. So, yeah.
Everyday young life ジュネス。
Mm-hmm.
Everyday young life ジュネス。
It's just it's so much better in Japanese, man. So much better in Japanese, personally, to me at least. That specific right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. If that's not a reason to play this game with the Japanese dubbing, I don't know what is. Did I hear the official Junen sounds? What are you talking about? What official Junen sounds? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna sing it.
覚えた？ナナコね、一番うまいんだよ。
Memorized it already? Yeah, if your class can't memorize that small ass theme song, you got a class full of stupids. Anyway. It seems that she's forgotten all about the scary story. She sure did. Fucking Junis. There's the official Junis song in Persona Dancing 4. Oh. Did not know that. Maybe I'll listen to it at the stream. It's in Japanese, don't worry. Bro, now you're making it seem like I only fuck with Japanese only or whatever. I was just making a point to say, like, you know, Japanese is just my preferred way of consuming certain points of content. You know, like if the game was originally a Japanese game, I just want to hear the dub. That doesn't really lead to songs. Sheesh. Made me sound like a stickler. Oh my goodness. I'm not like pure Japanese only. I'm not a weeb per se. I mean, it could be a Chinese game or a Mandarin game or just some game made in fucking, I don't know, random play, a Russian game. I want to hear the Russian voice actors because they probably have more heart and soul put in, and they probably fit the character design a bit more than, you know, any other language, because that's always going to be tertiary and afterthoughts kind of deal. Unless the dev team or the publisher or you know comes out and says something like, oh, we wanted to focus on English or whatever other language. If the main focus is their primary language first, that's the one I want to hear as a voice acting, simply because it just makes sense to my brain to hear the characters sound like what they might preferably look like. Most of the time, that's how it's how it ends up shaking out. So that's why I want that. Whether it be a show or a game, you know, if it's a show, I definitely want to hear like the original dubbing, because having a show redubbed or anime redubbed for a different audience usually takes away some of the expression of various jokes. For example, a lot of people's favorite animes that they may have watched in dub, maybe they like the comedy, but they'd probably like the comedy even more if they heard it in the original language. Not because they know the language, but because the subtitles would better translate the joke than the full-on English dubbing. Whereas a lot of jokes, like for example, a lot of jokes from Japanese to English literally lose all meaning and they just become hollow, to the point where they either scrap the joke for the sake of the voice actor not having to do them because it was just that destroyed by the translation over the process, or they just put it in there anyway and nobody catches it because nobody speaks Japanese, so nobody would be able to reverse engineer and be like, oh, that's a clever joke. But at least in Japanese, if the joke was there, you might not understand exactly how it was supposed to be said, but if you're intuitive, you can get the heart of what they're trying to say, and the fact that that was said a certain way, it was meant to be a joke, and it does add some level of comedic effect even if you don't quite understand the initial language, if that makes any sense. If I lost anybody with that little rant there, then that's too bad. I'm not gonna explain that. You're just making excuses because you know the English, the A's. Understandable. After learning Japanese history, you'd rather have an Indian dub than a Japanese. Nothing about the poor squeezed Japanese people. Understandable. I mean, Japanese people being mistreated in work conditions has been the case for like the last 20, actually it's been the case forever. But, you know, to put it in perspective, just to add more to that conversation, what about Chinese people? What about people in Russia? What about anywhere else where they have, or maybe not Russia, but what about anywhere else where they get squeezed? The work in the work industry, or the industries in general, squeeze the life out of civilians, and they don't care. Like it's one of those things where it's like, sure, people focus on Japanese media when it comes to that kind of thing because that's a big deal in Japan. But at the same time, it comes to I'll put it like this: to me personally, it comes across as if people don't actually care as much as they pretend like they do. Because if they actually cared, they wouldn't think about just Japanese people. Because it's not only Japanese people in Japan where this happens to. It's other places in the world where this happens. It happens in Africa. It happens in China. It happens in so many different places in the world. North Korea, you know, like all sorts of places. And nobody ever mentions those. Nobody talks about it. You see, one thing about me is I don't like pretending. I'm never gonna pretend like I genuinely care about the woes and the suffering of someone in a whole different, you know, part of the world. Because at some point, I literally can't grasp it, you know, like it's not that I'm heartless. No. I'm just too honest with myself. And the reality is, just like other people, I can't grasp what's happening to someone else across the world. That's not happening to me. I didn't experience that. I've never gone through that. All I have is stories and anecdotes from other people who it may have gone or happened to, or, you know, or the numbers of the suicide rates and all these sorts of things. And it's like, what am I supposed to do about that? This information doesn't translate into feelings. And even if people want to pretend like my heart goes out to all the people who suffer and who die, because let's keep it a buck, bro. No matter how emotional you want to pretend you are about these problems, you don't give a fuck. Just like the primary example, notice how when the Junes song came on, that little girl in the cutscene we just watched literally went from, oh my god, someone died, that's where dad works, that's so horrible, to everything that Junes. I'm just saying, when you put it into perspective, that literally mirrors real life. People are like that. They'll go from quote unquote being emotional and sad about such a terrible happening in, I don't know, Istanbul, or whatever, some crazy wars going on in some place in the world. And it's so tragic that there's people caught up in between that. And then their favorite TikToker, comedian TikToker is in the next thing, and they're just like, now they're laughing their ass off. It's like, bro, stop pretending like you care about these things. It's fine to be informed. It's fine to be involved in these things, but you know what I mean? It's like, it's not this, you are not aggrieved by these problems. These problems are not reaching out to you personally. And you pretending like, oh man, I'm affected by everything that's happening in the world. Oh, my heart. And then laughing at the most fun, the funniest TikTok you've seen all day. It's like, you're so not actually emotionally involved in this. And it's okay. Like, honestly, we need to bring it back to people being okay with not being aggrieved by every single world problem, because everybody's a pretender. I'm not. I'm never gonna sit here and pretend like I truly care about the people who suffer in Japan, or because of their work-life balance is horrendous, or in China or anywhere else. Because the reality is, I wake up, I go through the things that I go through, and then I move on with my fucking life, because that's my life. My life isn't in Japan. I'm not a Japanese citizen. Case in point, I'm not gonna pretend like everything that happens in the world is hurting me just because I know about it, you know? You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, How you doing, Rylan? How you doing, Rylan? You stepped into a very deep-seated rant about how I'm kind of just over the fact that people love to pretend that everything that happens in the world that's terrible, they should feel so bad about it and they should be so emotionally invested in it, while at the same time immediately scrolling onto the next funny TikTok video and laughing their ass off as if the thing that they were so emotionally invested in and aggrieved by that never has happened to them because they don't live anywhere near that area and never probably will, didn't just, they play pretend so much, and then next thing you know, they're laughing at a funny TikTok. It's like, bro, you're not even a good actor at that point. Like, bro, at least an actor gets paid to stay in character. Motherfucker, y'all are just people. You'll be in a depressed mood about how the war in this place and that place is so tragic, and make a Twitter post about it in 18 paragraphs, and nobody's gonna fucking read your fucking depressive bad thing happening somewhere else in the world. Oh my god, guys, we should do something about it, because we all know you're full of shit. You're gonna go eat some ramen and laugh about some bullshit on YouTube about some YouTuber drama 5 minutes later. Stop this. People need to stop pretending, because it just makes the world harder to like view as something real when there's so many pretenders acting like they actually care. Because then when the people who actually do care and actually are affected by this show up and talk about it, everybody else is already burnt out about the subject because they've been dealing with pretenders. So it's like, no, stop pretending like we care about these things until they actually matter to you. And I mean that in the most sincerest way, because pretending to care for years until the problem actually means something to you just causes the problem to mean nothing to you. It's like, yeah. Anyway, let me read chat real quick. Anyway, bro, in Persona 3, Elizabeth literally asks Makoto, the MC, for turtle skin or shells. That's how you make a condom in ancient Japan. How obscure is that joke? Holy moly. I mean, there you go. I mean, that's another example of like translated jokes just not being the same, because some things they just don't translate over languages. You have to just, in either you get the context of it or you don't. So, which is why I truly do prefer the original dubbing of any media, because that's where all the heart of it is going to be, no matter how you chop it up. But the translation was actually pretty amazing. Yeah, but not everything translates because languages aren't one-to-one. Chinese, at least never outside their own country. They 99% fight themselves, pretty much. How you doing, Rylan? I think I already said that, but how you doing, Rylan? How's your day going, Rylan? Anything interesting happen at all? Let me know. Who's it, Kilo? I can't see, bro. I'm blind. Yeah. My life. What does DMY mean? I tried to decipher that rapidly in my brain real quick and to see if I understood what that meant. If you don't mind, tell me what DMY means. Like I said, I am not well versed in modern slang as much as I used to be. At some point, I just completely disconnect myself from it. If I find out about it, I find out about it. But what the fuck does DMY mean? Alright, so far. My day is going fantastic. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a pretty fantastic day so far. I had a great conversation with my dad. I want to share that conversation with y'all a little bit. But Atlas censors many things in English. Oh yeah, of course. Some things are necessary just so their rating doesn't shoot past their target rating as well, because some things in Japanese doesn't stand out as much as it does in English if they were to be translated. My bad, texting. What do you even expect me to do with your life? Yeah, okay. On that note, I guess I could share with you guys, thing I can't do is annoying. One thing I can do is share with you guys the conversation I had with my dad and the bits and pieces. So, I was in the kitchen doing stuff. My dad was there and we had a conversation. Ended up going over things, ended up talking about the stream a little bit, right? Like streaming and how it's been going. And so to put a bit of context on it, usually conversations about this whole streaming stuff and all that sort of thing doesn't go over well with my parents, because they don't really understand this whole world of media and all that sort of stuff, as of course they probably wouldn't, definitely on the older side of parents in general. But and ultimately it usually these conversations lead to nothing, but I just wanted to just talk about it a little bit, and how things been going, and how I've been finally getting to points where I can actually help people in ways that only I know how. Not to say like it's some sort of like bragging thing, but like ways that I've been able to do things and talk about things that actually mean something to me, and where I can actually help, you know what I mean? And I can actually say things that I know to talk about because I've been through those things, as so that's where I'm finally getting to that point. And I was talking about it with my dad, and we had this conversation about it, and eventually he said something along the lines of, like I said, I'm not going to give you guys a word for word. It's my conversation with my dad, but I will give you cliff notes. So along the lines of a life in my, your life and your experiences can truly help other people. And, he said this to me before, but in this context, it just hit different a little bit, because it's like, it makes you think, like, all the shitty moments I've had in my life, all the horrible, awful things that I've had to go through that might not be as horrible as other people's awful situations, but they're not quite the same, and they don't teach the same lessons. They don't show you different parts, the certain parts of life, the way other horrible things in your life can show you different things. And, it's like going through the depressive moments in my life where I would have lost it. I would have ended my own life, for example, because I was in a bad place. My parents didn't get me, and there was hatred that I had for the people who loved me, simply because of misunderstandings, lack of communication, all these sorts of things. And it was like, those moments gave me lessons in my life that actually amounted to something. It wasn't just bad moments, but their stories, their experiences, bits of wisdom that only those moments, being at rock bottom like that, at that specific point in my life, with those specific circumstances, could really teach you. Someone could read a book about it, but it's not the same as actually experiencing it. And being able to help someone going through the same shit as me, or when I was their age, it's gratifying. Because it makes me feel like more than just the fact that I made it through those moments, but that those moments were worth something to someone else, because it allows them to get through them way faster, way cleaner, less messy situations, less brushes with death, fewer nights crying to themselves, and as sad as that sounds, like, oh my gosh, imagine being so weak-hearted and weak-willed that you cry to yourself at night. Fuck all that tough talk. Fuck all that, oh, I'm so tough, I don't have that, doesn't happen to me. Fuck all that shit. Because the toughest people cry the most. I don't care what nobody says. Because that's just, humans are humans. You're gonna have terrible moments in life, and it's gonna break you. And these are the moments where you don't pretend like it's not happening. You embrace these moments because they teach you something. They teach you something so valuable to the human experience, and that can help someone else going through the exact same human experience, And having that conversation with my dad was really nice, because it was one of the few moments where I can say for sure the conversation about me and streaming didn't just go over his head. We actually had a real conversation about something, and it hit different. I smiled from the depths of my soul. Like I got emotional in that conversation, and I normally don't get emotional ever in my life because, I have Asperger's. So it's like, it was one of those conversations that really hit deep, and both me and my dad had a moment, you don't get these moments too easily. And so I just wanted to share that on my stream with y'all. It was really nice. All right, let me read chat real quick because I've been too busy yapping. I get lightheaded when I get emotional because I'm not used to being emotional, by the way. Like, having Asperger's has definitely impacted me in specific ways like that. So like makes it a bit harder to stay grounded when I do get emotional. Anyway, but yeah, let me read chat. W dad, absolutely, absolutely. I love my dad. Damn. There's an NPC at the Killer Shop in P3 and it just says that he wants to annoy his roommate, but they kicked him out of the room, so it's gonna be more annoying. It's Yumi's spiritual model. But can you have my Discord? Nah. While I do have Discord, I don't really give it out like that. It's gonna be a hard NO. So I'm going when people think crying is weakness, because people are weak and they don't realize how weak they actually are. That's why. Or they're liars and they think selling the illusion that they don't cry and that they're really tough is something amazing. As someone who really doesn't cry because I can't, and the few times I do cry, it's been when I was a child and not as an adult. I literally have Asperger's. I can't cry the same way as other people do. And even when I do, it's like one tear worth of sadness. And it's only gonna get harder to cry in my life because of how I am. It's not a good feeling. It's not a thing to chase. Being the hardened, tough individual, man, woman, whatever. It's not fun. It's not great. Because if all that really does, not being able to cry, it just causes your problems to pile on in a way that's super unhealthy. And you become a crash out, and not like the meme sense, not the TikTok way, but an actual like someone who might explode and attack somebody because your emotional state is a fucking mess because, oh, I don't cry, I'm tough. Yeah, well, humans are not made of fucking stone. Eventually your emotions will run you over and slam you into the wall that was supposed to be the thing that kept you from crying to begin with. And that dam, that well that prevented you from flooding breaks. And now you don't have any control over yourself. You're just having an emotional moment, whatever that's supposed to look like, anger, sadness, whatever it is, in the middle of wherever the fuck you are. It doesn't matter the time, the place. And that's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. Having these moments without any control because you're such a tough individual makes you look like a dumbass. And now you're gonna feel like it afterwards when you calm down and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that in public. You know, it's tough people get on my fucking nerves because actual tough people know that they shouldn't sit there and be the tough guy. The tough guy doesn't fucking exist. The tough guy is a weak guy in disguise. That's just the truth. But yeah, let me reach out. You have a Discord? I do have a Discord, but I don't have a Discord server for my channel, not yet at least. And if I did, it would probably be very little involvement with me in there. But had to step away, but amazing story. I'm glad you had the combo. Yeah, me too. Tough, no chud. You aren't Virgil. Shut your bitch ass up. Yeah, it seems like he's gonna always be getting abused. Hey, your laptop muted? Why did your laptop mute? Laptop. I was like, why can't I hear nothing the whole time? Thought you left. Nah. You know if I left because, well, I guess I don't know. Anyway, you saved me. What a name, huh? It's supposed to be in the opposite order, chaos plus Catholics, but whatever. Persona 4 is just the best humiliation ritual on earth, and you'll see how many funny events there is. Understandable. Nice to meet you too. Is your bike okay? Yeah, you seem like a tough guy. Like a physically tough individual. So yeah, your bike, is a bike all right? Did you hear about the incident from yesterday? The announcer lady hanging from an antenna. Warning. I think Kilo's here in the full stream. Are you just curious to find out? No, I think he's in a vertical. If you're confused about what Ayumi is talking about, I do 2 different streams, by the way. One for vertical phones, so you get like the shorts version of the stream that fits phones. Obviously, you don't have to watch it that way. You can go watch the full normal, regular YouTube format stream, which is, you know, formatted for regular YouTube videos and stuff. So yeah, one is a bit more ADHD friendly and whatnot. Not the not to offend anybody who sits in a vertical stream, but you know, there's a lot more going on for the people who need to scroll, because fuck you. You better sit here and watch. I'm just kidding. You in the full stream? Ah, okay. Number 1 fan. Fake is number 3. Then Kilo might be number 2 here. What's with that? What do you mean? What's with what though? The number 1 thing?
わざわざ屋根の上にぶら下げるとかまともじゃないよな。
Wait, do I have them mixed up? Hold on. I just realized something in my OBS interface. Timeout. A freeze! Am I let me see. This is the full one. I swear that I had these right. Guess I didn't. The hell? I had them mixed up the whole time? Okay, hold on. That's the vertical. Okay, that's why. So I have 2 different. I have a chat monitor thing going on, and basically what had happened was I had them mixed up. And while it doesn't matter because I have OmniChat, I have an OmniChat thingy that allows me to, obviously just combine everything into one chat. It just, I was confused as when y'all were talking about who's in what stream. I was like, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Because I'm looking at it like, oh. Bevan's getting old. I'm not getting old. I just I copy pasted the wrong stream in chat, like link into the wrong ones, and that made things complicated for no reason, but I fixed it. Anyway. If you messed up to kill someone in the first place, it depends on who you ask. Just don't ask me. No streaming thingy? Are you talking about the number, like the positioning, like number 1, number 2, number 3? If you're talking about that, it's just like it's something YouTube randomly implemented out of nowhere, like a year ago or something. It's just like a competition thing, like who has the most chat involvement, who donate. It's like you can get higher placements by donating much more, because after you get to like it's like a score system. I've talked about this before, but like once you get to 75, it takes a long time, a lot of chatting for you to get past 75, and it goes up by 25 increments. So basically, it's really just a matter of who was here first and who chatted the longest. And then the moment donations and like money is involved, then you just start like blasting up in position, and it's kind of cheating. I will say it. If we're talking about position wise, the moment someone pays any kind of bread, it's like YouTube's like, oh, well, they're number 1. Anybody just chatting is going to be behind by default, unless the stream goes on for long enough that that person can stay long enough and chat so long that they do just barely get past the person who maybe donated a little bit, you know. But the moment someone donates big, yeah, they're just confirmed number 1. Like, I mean, like, more than $5. It's like, oh yeah, YouTube just won't let someone who's just chatting ever pass them. It's gonna take way too long. It's basically an impossibility. I just wanted to talk about that. Why does it matter? I don't care. It doesn't matter, and I don't care if it's a thing. But you know, for anybody who wants to understand how the number 1 system, like how the ranking systems for chats even work, that's how that works. Younger than my youngest bro. He ain't old yet. Understandable. I'm only 25 years old. Leave me alone. You guys are, oh, he's not voice acting. You guys are in high school, aren't you? Can't you shut up during class? Don't you have any common sense? First of all, my job is to waste my precious time teaching you assholes philosophy. Fuck your philosophy, you're a bitch. Anyway, and since I'm so nice, I'll straighten up your rotten attitudes while I'm at it. Aren't you honored? No. I'll be going especially hard on any of you morons that get curious about the murder, got it? Now get the books out. The teacher is pretty fucking chopped. You listen to the lecture intently. Good job, cast crew. Y'all love listening to lectures, huh? Intently, as the game put it. I'm tweaking. Am I tweaking? There's a sound in the game tweaking. What do you mean? Like, is it double? Give me a description of how it might be tweaking, so I can maybe help. I'm not sure. Alright, let's see about fixing that. Is the sound like loud or quiet? What's your description of what you're experiencing? It's going bzz, bzz in a low value. Hold on, timeout. Let me check. And since you're in the full screen, you said your laptop, I'm assuming it's computer, so I'm not gonna use my phone, I'm gonna use my computer myself. Go to open up a browser real quick, do this, and then, let's see. What is the audio like over here? I'm gonna go investigate that myself now that you said it. Let's see, let's see. Damn, you're right. Oh, it is buzzing a little bit. It's in both streams too. Interesting. Like, it was in the, I went back further in the stream. It wasn't buzzing that much either. Okay. I'm starting to comprehend something here. Give me 1 second. I think I can fix this. Either it's the game being weird for whatever reason in this very moment, or it could be the stream. Let me see about swapping this around. See how this goes. Now let me listen to this myself as I play the game. No, it seems fine from OBS's standpoint. Interesting. What the fuck? Alright. Now that I've got up to this point, let me see. Hit live. Huh. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do. It's going now? Okay, well, never mind. I guess it fixed itself? I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna try to pretend like I understand what's happening, because I don't. Get used to this place? Absolutely. That was fast. There isn't much to do compared to the big city, but that isn't, but there is that certain something you can't get anywhere else. And what would that be? The air's clean, the food's great. Oh, you know about the local delicacy? It's grilled steak, man. Like anything, like that's anything special, huh? I know a place where you can get it cheap. Wanna come? Yo, me out this morning, so it's on me. It's fine without the music too? Okay. Which, I mean, this is a musicless section of the game. I'm not playing any music myself. It's all just the game when they have music or not. I guess maybe that's just a weird section with the game itself. Who knows? If that was the first time that's ever happened, then I'm assuming it's all just the game having weird sections or weird interactions with OBS, because I didn't hear any buzzing. And now that the buzzing's gone, it might just be like some weird issue that this game was like. This was made into 20. When was this released to Steam? That's the biggest question. Let me check, because that might determine a lot of factors. This game was released to Steam, like this specific version of the game was released to Steam in 2020. I see. So maybe they just didn't handle all the porting issues correctly. I don't fucking know. Because it was initially made in 2012. Like the Persona 4 Golden.
清流伝説
A Trial of the Dragon.
飯の話になると来るなお前。
ユキコもどう
Chie
一緒
understands
におご
life.
ってもらう
I'm actually hungry just thinking about food right now. That'd be nice to eat something while I'm streaming.
いいよ太っ
But
ちゃ
I
う
need
し
some. I need to shove something in my
そ
mouth.
れに
I need
別
some
の手
food.
伝いあるから
Yeah, bro. What did he just say? Yeah, that's right. I said I need to shove something in my mouth. Fuck you, mean? All right, I said it. I know exactly, and you know exactly what I mean. I'm talking about food. The fact that you thought about something else, that's your fault. You decided that that's the case.
天城ってもうおかみ修行とかやってんの？
そんな修行なんて忙しい時ちょっと手伝ってるだけそれじゃあ私行くね
Okay. Chie, get a job.
じゃあ私たちも行こう
Hey, you don't talk to Chie like that. We don't. Chie doesn't need a job. Probably. Maybe. Okay, maybe she needs a job. Anyway.
マジ二人分おごる流れ？
Oh, would you look at that? Is Junan's the food court? I want some food at a food court.
ここかよここビフテキ
I should go
なん
make
か
a
ないわ
sandwich.
よ
I did make cat a mod because you see, there was rumors going about that you abused your powers. Therefore, by the nature of checks and balances, I hired a new sheriff in town. And yeah, I don't know. It basically there was a bit. It was a bit, and so I just went along with the bit. And now we have a third mod. It's cat. You know. Students shouldn't do jobs. Fair enough. Unless they're actually in dire need of money for any particular reason and no one else can give them that money, in which case that student should maybe figure out how to get some part-time money or something. I don't know, go cut somebody's grass every now and then for like $30. Who fuck knows, bro? Anyway, underage students. Nah, they was lying. Like I said, whether it was truth or not, I just ran with the bit. You know it. You know how it gets chaotic in this chat, and so the truth becomes the lie, and the lie becomes everything you need to know. So I just, you know, whether I believed it or not, it didn't matter. Also, it was done with a vote. It was done with a vote. You gotta. So it wasn't like I did it, you know, unfairly. Cat was determined, was voted on, and not just by the you guys. You know, Kilo had a hand in voting, and someone else did too. And I'm pretty sure Jan voted, probably, maybe, I think. Pretty sure Jan voted. So there, you know, like Randy almost had it. Randy didn't even show up yesterday. He was too busy. Like literally no pop up, and even Randy almost won. It was crazy. Randy was like I added Randy as the chaotic option, the random option, and he almost won. You know.
お前にもおごんならあっちのステーキハウスは無理だっつの。
だからって自分家連れてくることないで
Max
しょ
is would be kitty cat.
別に俺んちってわけじゃねえって。
The whole crew are filled with traitors? Nuh-uh. They're not traitors. They're voters. You know, very democratic.
ああ、
It was a democratic
お前にはまだ
process.
言ってなかったよな。
I even left the poll up for a significant portion of time, so everybody, even strangers, people who don't normally chat, could show up. People who don't chat could show up, throw in a vote, and leave. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And then I only concluded it when I had to end the stream because I had to go somewhere. But yeah, I'm gonna let y'all determine who's the real trader and who isn't. Who's the power hungry and who's the power thirsty? What the fuck does that mean? I don't know. I made it up. I gotta be right back. Give me like 10 minutes. I'm gonna put a timer on screen, actually, just because I don't really do this normally, but I'm gonna put a timer on screen. So first I'm gonna make this text timer and just call it timer, and then I'm gonna do like this 45, no, not 45, give me like at most give me like, I don't know, maybe 7 minutes so I can make a fucking sandwich, and then do that, move that right here like this, make it a little bit bigger, and then I'm gonna make that same timer on the other stream as well, just double it and give it to the next person. Boom, boom, boom. And now you guys are probably wondering, how am I going to make that timer move? Don't worry, I got this. I got this. I got tools for this shit. Tools of the fucking trade. All right. Output timer. Fuck, wrong thing. Scripts. There we go. Countdown. And I need to make another one. Boom. Starting. And boom. And then duration 7. There we go. Boom. Okay, it's a little bit bigger than I thought it would be after that, but okay, boom, there it is. So actually, I'm gonna drag this here. That way it's not concluding. I'll be right back because I'm hungry. I want a sandwich real quick. Let me get rid of that timer. All right. Oh, excuse me. Remove that. Remove that. I've returned. So, you want the rundown on my sandwich. It is a ham and cheese, specifically Swiss cheese. Ham and Swiss cheese sandwich. You know, I had obviously some mayo, not mayonnaise. Fuck that shit, but mayo, and then I put some garlic and onion powder in that motherfucker. Right, just a little bit. Give it some curve because I love garlic and onion powder. It's great. Who doesn't? And then, so there's a third layer. It's a triple layered sandwich, by the way. Another slice of cheese and some mayo, a little bit of mayo, and barbecue sauce. Now, you're probably wondering why barbecue sauce. It's because it gives it a nice sweetness to it that normally wouldn't be there. It's sweet barbecue sauce. And before you ask, mayo blends well with like majority of anything you can think of. So it's not gross. It's really not. Like mayo does a really good job of blending with damn near any seasoning, any sauce. So it makes it great for being a balancer, if you will. So it's not too sweet, and it preserves its savoriness as well. Guru Gaga. You don't like barbecue sauce, Rylan? It's crazy. There's a place that only serves me a good barbecue sauce pizza. Probably never had a good barbecue sauce pizza anywhere but Papa John's, because it's not too often I even eat local, like a local pizza joint. And even when I do, I just haven't tried I haven't tried too many local pizza joints barbecue sauce pizza. But Papa John's, if we're talking about franchises, Papa John's is probably the only place that has a barbecue sauce pizza that I actually enjoy. Ooh. All right. I've had my fill. My sandwich has been consumed. My hunger has been sated. Local always smashes in every country. Well, I gotta try the right local places, and specifically try them in all their variety, which that requires money, and money comes and goes. In this case, it went to bills and everything else. So, fuck it. Give me 1 second. I probably should check my phone before this, but I was too busy eating or making my sandwich so I can consume it. So, give me 1 second. I'm gonna check some. Maybe like 12 seconds, specifically, exclusively that much time. I know, crazy, right? Exclusively 12 seconds. All right, 12 seconds are up. That's it. Now, let's get back to the game.
都会から引っ越してきたんだよ。半年ぐらい前。親父が新しくできたここの店
Sure you got all the energy you need now? Oh, depends on who you ask. What do you mean I just inhaled my food? It was just a sandwich. Regular bread, cheese, ham, and some sauce with a little bit of seasoning on there. What you mean? We'll have a Sprite in a minute. Yeah, as you should. Shouts to his whole family.
歓迎の印ってことで。
Okay, give me that shit.
中のも大盛りだぞ。
Satonaka. Yours is on me too. What the fuck is Satonaka? Is that a drink? I'm assuming that's a drink or a flavor of a drink or a type of drink. Maybe a brand? I don't know. Mm. Mm. And now the conversation became animated over small talk.
ここってさ、できてま
Oh,
だ
y'all are pretty
半
good
年
at
くらいだけど、
conversations, chat.
いい
I'm
感じだ
sorry,
ったよね。
Chaos Group.
地元の商店街とか。
You didn't take half of 7 minutes to finish it? I mean, listen, if that's considered fast eating, y'all just eat too slow. You know?
店とかどん
Speed
どん
up.
潰れちゃっ
Pick up the pace.
あ、
I need to disturb people's peace. I have a friend who can puke on command. Used it in all the cities and places to mess with people. That's... Huh, I never expected to hear something like that in a complete sentence. 2 complete sentences. Crazy. Why won't some of the Coca-Cola workers not drink their product? Probably because they'd get fired. But also maybe because they're so they did when they first started working there, and they were like, yeah, I don't want to drink Coca-Cola ever again. You know, too much of anything, even if you like it, eventually becomes something you don't want to eat. Like, for example, I like Swedish fish, the candy, Swedish fish, right? And at some point in my life, I had it a lot, especially when I had a lot more disposable income that I exclusively used on making sure I always had some Swedish fish, right? This was like 4 years ago. And eventually I was like, all right, fuck Swedish fish. I can't. I had too much of it. It's one of my favorite candies ever. And it's like, get this shit out of my presence. God damn it. Nowadays, obviously, I'm back on my. I've been a few years, so I'm okay with eating Swedish fish now. But you know, I had to take it. It was like a fucking like 3 years of cool down period before I could even like think of those and not be annoyed about them. But that was my fault. I ate too much. I got too many. Someone told me they stopped drinking it because they used to be able to take a whole handful of rusty nails and put it inside, and it would be rust free. I mean, that just sounds like oxidization and other normal chemical processes. Okay. I'll never understand why people use pseudoscience nonsense to describe why they don't drink something. Because at the end of the day, look, you knew what you were signing up for. It's sugar, some other additives in sugar. I mean, that's what it is. And if you don't want to drink that, don't fucking drink it. Like, I don't really drink soda like that just because I know it's just sugar and whatever the fuck else. But your reasoning becoming something along the lines of, I put a plant in there and that plant died inside the Coca-Cola. So like, obviously you shouldn't be drinking that because that's basically happening to your insides every time you shut the fuck up. You put something inside there and it fucking killed it. Like, you could literally put a plant that's not supposed to be submerged in water and submerge it in fucking water and it will literally fucking die. Like, yeah, go fucking figure, bruh. Yeah, pseudoscience for the win. I love when pseudoscience empowers my logic. No, fucking no, bro. Like, just say you don't like the fucking sugary corn syrup flavored powered drinks or whatever. There you go. Problem solved. There, now you sound like someone who actually cares about their health. Not someone who, did you know that every time you cough when you drink Coca-Cola, that's basically a part of you dying? So therefore, with that logic, I just decided I don't want to drink it anymore because I don't want a part of me to keep dying just because it tastes good. Just say it's too sugary, bro, and shut the fuck up. Damn, people are so over the top. Same people who use pseudoscience to say why they wouldn't drink a Coca-Cola are the same people who give you a lot of dumbass reasons why they drink 12 diet Coca-Colas or Coke Zeros or whatever the fuck else every single day. You ain't slick. You just don't. You like sugar and you just don't want to give it up. Just say that. Oh my goodness, just say that. Diet Coke or Coke Zero has far less sugar than regular Coke, so I drink that instead. There you go. Like a normal person. You sound like a normal person now instead of someone who thinks they're so fucking smart because you saw a YouTube video or some shit. Like, damn it, bro. I'm so sick of people thinking they're so smart when they don't realize how stupid they sound. I'll leave it on this note. I'll leave that rant on this note. Dumb people don't know how dumb they actually are, and trying to prove it to them makes them feel like they're smarter than they actually are because you use their words against them and they can't comprehend how stupid it sounds. So therefore, you're just quoting smart things back at them that they said, and because they're being quoted, they think that's a plus side, that's an upside, that's a positive. But they'll never recognize it as otherwise until you literally take some factual, hard facts that they can't disprove with their stupidity and prove that they're stupid with it. But that takes so much effort and time. Just let dumb people be dumb, bro. Even if whether it's your friend, family, whoever, just let them be stupid, okay? Don't waste your energy on that shit. Trust me. Back up, evaluate your life, and go on about your day. They said some dumb shit, and it's not worth trying to prove that they're stupid for saying that dumb shit. Because they're not even gonna, because even if you do, they're not gonna change their stance on it. People are stubborn, and the fact that you prove that they're stupid makes them want to double down on what they said in the first place. Even if it means that they know that they're stupid now. It doesn't matter. Feelings matter more to most people than logic. That's why we live in the world that we live in. Just say it. How does alcohol taste? It depends on what you're drinking, but alcohol tastes pretty bitter and bad. But if you don't want something more alcohol flavored, then you would get something like wine coolers or other things that focus less on the alcohol flavor and more on other flavors that are infused into it. One of my favorite alcoholic drinks would be Jack Daniels, because it doesn't taste like fucking alcohol. It tastes like an actual fucking drink with alcohol in it. So unless you're one of those people who just love the flavor of alcohol by itself, in which case, listen, I'm sorry, but you're part of a group of weirdos. I didn't want to have to break it to you, but if you just like alcohol for the alcohol flavor itself, alcohol doesn't have flavor. It's fucking bitter. It's fucking bitter. There's a reason things like Jack Daniels and other things that completely alternate the flavor of said alcoholic beverage exist. And the fact that you just like the hard flavor of alcohol after a long day's work, you might need to seek a fucking therapist. Unironically, alcohol is not your answer. I'm sorry, but you're weird. Canada Dry is the best soda Coca-Cola on earth. Yeah, I mean, my favorite soda is probably root beer. Yeah, I think root beer is my favorite soda of all time, and it's just nothing that beats it. It makes me feel nostalgic. It also makes me feel good until my stomach gets bubbly, and I'm like, fuck, I feel bad now. Why? Because I drink a lot of soda when I do. Whenever I get the chance, and there's root beer soda in front of me, I do drink a lot of it. Switch to water and just drinking tea, but that was bad too. Depends on what type of tea you're drinking, man. Where you're getting it from, what's it sourced from, and what you use to sweeten it. If you don't sweeten it, depends on was the pot that you boiled it in clean, or the teapot, whatever. Like all these factors come together because every single step, if there's anything that's dirty or gross or whatever, that can get infused into your drink, and then you drink that, and yeah. So really does depend. You got to make sure all your stations for all your tea brewing and drinking is clean and in great condition if you want good, healthy tea. Because anything can make anything unhealthy. Simple as that. You know? Oh, I was too busy yapping. I thought Cat was Theo. I didn't fully read that. Theo, let me make sure I read that right. Theod Uploader YouTube. Am I saying it right? I think I said that right. But yeah, how you doing, Theo? And I talk like an AI. I mean, if speaking proper English and, you know, saying everything correctly instead of speaking slang every other word, or acronyms is AI, then, you know, I guess I sound like an AI. But the odd, got it, yeah. That makes more sense. But yeah, I mean, I don't really care if I sound like an AI. That sounds like I'm not using my slang Nobody's like, listen. Y'all gotta realize I'm black, and that's not to say like, oh man, black people sound a certain way or ignorant or whatever. It's more so that my actual slang, it's one, I'm not very good at it because I've spoken like this since I was like fucking 5 years old. Like, people think it's a fucking joke. How you doing, Ian? Shout out to Ian, by the way. Always goated, always showing up. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, I've been talking like this, the way I'm talking right now, since I was like 5 years old. That sounds like bullshit. It sounds like it's a lie. It sounds like it's a joke, but it's not. So while I do obviously can speak like your average black person, quote unquote, because I am black. I grew up around black people. I grew up in the poorest of neighborhoods, and so yada yada yada, all that sort of shit. Whatever, you get it. You understand the fucking story. It's nothing special, but like, you know, it's like I can talk like that, but I'm not used to talking like that. Obviously, I have the experience, and I have a way. It's just I'm not good at it. I'd sound weird simply because this is how I talk. The way I talk right now, I've talked like this my whole fucking life. So yeah, it's not gonna change. You know, if anything, I wouldn't even sound right talking with slang, and you know, it's like it's just it is what it is. So, you know, the fact that someone was confident enough to pipe up in chat and say I talk like I'm an AI, that means I'm doing something good, because that means the younger generation, who's probably more used to AI than we are, see me as one of their AI chatbots in terms of conversation. Which, as weird as that is, how you doing, Wolf? How y'all days going, everybody who showed up? How's y'all day going? Let me know. But you know, the fact that someone thinks I talk like a AI chatbot or whatever, that means that my English, the way I speak, is so good that I sound like one of their stupid ass AI chatbot app thingies or whatever the fuck else, which is great. Like, for me personally, that's a compliment, because that just goes to show how good I am at English and speaking this damn language. Somebody could mistake me for a fucking bot. But it also shows that the only experience that person who says that has with English speakers is people speaking English so incorrectly that me talking so correctly with English sounds baffling to them. It's like, how are you a real person? Nobody I know talks like that. Well, I guess nobody you know has decent enough English to sound like English should sound. Tough, you know? So, you know, it's a good thing for me, and it's a weird thing for them, because they just don't have anybody who speaks proper English in their entire life outside of AIs. So, like, fuck them. You know, if you're still here, the odd uploader, then I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. If you're going, good riddance. You know, I don't mean to be rude to viewers and whatnot, but sometimes it's nice to just say, fuck you. Get out. The fuck out of the club. Let me read chat real quick. What do you mean? What? Let me reach. Yeah, after a long time, it's me. I didn't even see that guy behind. My friend? Are you talking about me? Are you talking about me? How you doing? Of course. To be honest, baby, your voice is so close to becoming a mod, but it is too polite to become one. I sound how I look, so goo goo gaga. Understandable. Uh-huh.
今やっと休憩。
What a great character design, by the way. Anyway, still nothing close to Chie.
花ちゃんは友達連れて自分家の売り上げに貢献してるとこ。
I didn't ignore you, Ayan. I specifically called you out and said, how you doing? Shoutouts to Ayan. I always say shoutouts to Ayan, because it's shoutouts to Ayan.
ムカつくな。
Everybody's always happy to see you, Ayan. You know this. I can't play Summertime Saga on stream, bruh. You know this. It's literally impossible. Just the first few minutes of that game would get the whole stream in my channel shut down.
つか本当に元気
Let
なさそう
alone
だけ
actually
ど
playing for more than playing for even an hour. That's cooked. That's basically sending my channel to the fucking gulag with no gun, fist only. And my enemy has every weapon in the game for some reason. How? I don't fucking know. That's basically what you're saying to do. I can't do that. I can't do that. Oh, a Yumi. I see. Do.
別にちょっと
Do
疲れて
do
るだ
do
け。
do do do.
何かあったら何でも言ってよ。
大丈夫だって。ありがとね。
Damn, why you do that, Rylan? Ayan's not a loser. He's doing great. And he's doing fantastic. The opposite of a loser.
なんで
You
昨日
take
相
that
談なん
back.
て
You
したん
take
だ
that
ろう。
back.
あの子、もしかして最近入ったっていう転校生？
You gonna come talk to me?
君が転校生？ああ、私のことは聞いてる？
Who are you? And why should I hear about you, huh?
愛子同士はやっぱり気が合う？花ちゃんが
Take it back, you guess? Understandable.
別にそんなことないよ。
こいつ友達少ないからさ。
Okay, friends, so hope you two get along good. And Chan's a good child. God, but he can get noisy. Sometimes you gotta tell him right to his face when he starts to annoy you. Nah,
分かってるって冗談だよ。
he's a great guy. Burn your dread. I was about to say dread. What dread? I was about to say, is that some edgy shit? Then you correct yourself. Bread.
先輩、変な心配しないでよ。
Someone doesn't have manners, I guess. Y'all are hilarious. Y'all know that? Y'all are really, really funny when you want to be. And it seems like you want to be. Genetic.
こっちはもう休憩
Stay
終わり。
hydrated.
やれやれっと。
You're fine, Eon. You'll be alright. You're doing great. Ah. W water.
それじゃね。
Mm-hmm.
なあ、先輩。
Uh-huh.
人のことうざいだろうとかって。
She's even nosier than
お
you.
せっかいじゃんな。あの人、弟いるもんだから。俺のことも割とそんな扱いっていうか。
She like your brother?
わかった。やっぱそういうことね。
She won't let you hit big bro.
地元の老舗酒屋の娘とデパート店長の息子。燃え上がる禁断の恋的な？
Flame of forbidden love. Why would that be a forbidden love?
アホか、そんなんじゃねえよ。
Can you say something illegal? It depends. What kind of illegal shit we talking about? You know, you gotta be careful. This is the internet, and this is a chat that's gonna be available in the future. So I mean, you know, don't incriminate yourself. Just all I'm saying. Don't incriminate. It's your internet history.
そうだ。悩める花村にいいこと教えてあげる。
I think Yusuke and Saki is something. Something, yeah. Maybe. Ever heard of the Midnight Channel? You're supposed to look at into a TV that's switched off alone exactly at midnight on a rainy night. While you're staring at your own image, another person will appear on the screen. Funny illegal shit? Go for it. Just be careful.
それ、運命の相手なんだってよ。
Yusuke is gay? Huh. What? I figured that's not the legal shit you wanted to say. I'm like, what? That doesn't add up. Like, you really hyped this up and that's all you said?
なんだそりゃ。 何言い出すかと思えば、
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
よくそんな幼稚なネタでいちいち盛り上がれんな。
Childish. You don't believe it, do
信
you?
じてないでしょ。
信じるわけねえだろ。
だったらさ、ちょうど今晩雨だし、みんなでやってみようよ。
やってみよって俺自分も見たことねえのかよ。
Whenever you're nearly losing? Losing what? Your sanity? In a video game?
久しぶりにアホ臭い話を聞いたぞ。
Use the forbidden spell and say, don't tell me you say the N word anytime you're losing in a video game.
それより
That's a pretty
昨
ineffective
日のあれ
habit.
ってやっぱり殺人なのかね。
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
実はその辺に犯人とかいたりしてな。
そういうの面白がんなっての。幼稚はどっちだよ。
Yeah, you tell him, Chie. That was pretty fucking childish.
とにかく今晩ちゃんと試してみてよね。
Yeah, okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. What's wrong with you, child?
うん。
Mm-hmm.
帰ってきた。
What does that even mean? Oh, I just noticed the stars. I see. Yes, I understand. Well, I mean, I don't. What am I supposed to say to that?
やれやれ。
Long day, huh?
何か変わりなかったか。
Nothing happened.
ない。帰ってくるの遅い。
Asoy, asoy.
悪い悪い。仕事が忙しいんだよ。テレビ、ニュースにしてくれ。
Mm-hmm.
次は霧に煙る街で起きたあの事件の続報です。稲葉市でアナウンサーの山野真由美さんが民家の屋根で変死体となって見つかった事件。山野さんは生前、
Mm-hmm.
歌手の柊美鈴さんの夫で議員秘書の生為太郎氏と愛人関係にあったことが分かっています。
Uh-huh. The incident be tied to the lover's
警
quarrel.
察では背後関係をさ
Spy
ら
and
に調べる
investigate
と
the
ともに
person
関係
involved.
者への事情、番組では遺体発見者となった地元の学生に独自にインタビューを行い、
第一発見者のインタビューだ。
最初に見たときどう思いました？死んでるって分かった？
Well, 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 would you look who it is? Indistinct, but you feel like you've seen her somewhere before. Ah, chat, or Chaos Crew, it seems like you guys are remembering a distinct face. Hmm.
霧の日に殺人な
I
ん
wonder
て
who that is.
怖いよね。
Uh-huh.
殺人なんですか？
最近この辺りで不審な人とか見たりしなかった？
いや、私は何も。
早退した帰りに見つけたってことだけど、早退は何か用事で？
Mm-hmm.
と。
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
地元の商店街の近くで起きた悲惨な事件。商店街関係者の多くは、
Raising concern
客
for
足
losing
がさら
customers.
に遠のくのではと懸念しています。
お前らが騒ぐから余計に客
Just
足
think
が
about
遠
it.
くんだろう。
まったく奇怪な事件ですね。民家のアンテナに引っ掛けて逆さに吊るすってんだから。何かの見せしめか犯人か
If this was an SMT game, we would get very vivid and probably gore-esque imagery of that person being hung upside down from on an antenna. I'm just saying. Any SMT knowers know exactly what I'm talking about.
犯行声明などは出ていないようですが、
Mm-hmm.
いたずら電話なら殺到してるがな。
そもそも死因は不明のままだし、容疑者の一人も見つかってないわけでしょ。事件か事故かもわからないなんて。 ったく警察は血清で何遊んでるんだか。では、一旦 CM です。
ジュネスは毎日のお
Of
客
course,
様
it's a Junis. Junis pops up right afterwards.
Everyday young life ジュネス Everyday young life ジュネス
Try not to get that stuck in your head.
ねえお父さん今度みんなでジュネス行きたい
That motherfucker sleep.
ダメああもう
Gonna go talk to him? Actually, can I talk to you? Wanna go to bed? I'll wake up Dad and tell him to go to his own room. Okay, can I talk to you? Nope. Okay. Let's drop a save. It's time to make progress. Okay. For some reason. Can I leave? No. Okay. Let's go do this thing. It's raining, can't you see? And it's about to be midnight. It's almost midnight. So may appears if you look into the TV on a rainy night. Could it be Chie? Could Chie's story be true? Let's find out. Let's find out though. Mm-hmm.
何時は我何時
Uh-huh.
扉を開く
Yeah, okay. That's all you get, buddy. No, don't do it. Imagine if you hit your head on the way in instead of getting sucked in. Oh, well, he hit his head on the way out.
大丈夫
Your mom cut a code. Yeah, go take care of your mother. Appreciate you tuning in despite all that. And do what you gotta do. Enjoy yourself, Yumi.
すごい音したからおやすみなさい
Mm-hmm. Bam.
ごめん
No umbrella, huh? Did have my own, but I saw this kung fu movie where they used an umbrella to pull off some sweet moves, and you accidentally broke it. Of course you did, GA. How you doing? Let me make sure I read that right. Ant Skywalker? Ant Sky? Am I saying it right? Ant Skywalker? How you doing? I guess I would say I'm a big fan of the Persona series, all the way down to SMT as well. But I have played Persona 5 Strikers a lot. But it's my first actual like Persona game directly that I'm actually playing. I mean, I had it in my Steam library for years. I just never found the time to do it. And yeah, so I mean, I'm a knower of the fucking series and the story and everything. So I wouldn't say it's like my first time experiencing the story. It's just first time actually playing the game. But yeah. And Skywalker is correct. Got you. Which Fang was here? Would have defended, bro? What? Defended who? Me? Who needs defending? Wait, what are you talking about, Rylan? I should have actually read that out loud. I forgot there's no voice acting here. Too busy yapping. Forgot. Never mind. I'll save it for when the others are around. We're gonna be late for school. Let's book it. Does it look like the Yumi was pressing him? Oh. Not really. At least I don't think so. That's my interpretation of it. I think it was just banter between both parties, but who knows? Who really knows, right? You never know. It's kind of awkward to only bring this up now, but we're pretty close here. Gonna just go ahead and run the rest of the way. Yeah, I'll beat you there. What's the point of that besides not like I wanted to make a break for it? Too much. I'll keep going with you anyway. Yeah. You stay under the damn umbrella. You stay right here. Miss Sofu. Hello everyone, my name is Kimiko Sofu, and I don't know how much you know about world history, but I'm an expert. First, a little about me. I love to use my dowser to look for lost items, and there's nothing quite like a romance. In fact, world history is a magnificent romance. History is like a river. It was born in the past and flows ever forward. You okay? Let me check quick. How you doing, Joey? I can't decide how to answer the poll. That's the day you've been having. Understandable. That is a very valid way to respond. But how you doing, Joey? How's your day going? Regardless, anything interesting happen? Anything uninteresting happen? If not, that's fine too. And before you ask, my day is going quite dandy. Haven't talked to Fang for 2 days. What even is your mod talking about, Bevan? I don't know. Just her interpretation of what happened, and then nothing actually, it was just like, and then she, it was just a questions answer situation, nothing crazy. Nice. I mean, the first Persona game was Persona Portable. P3P, okay. Played it by installing PSP emulator on your Quest 2 VR headset. Oh, that's very specific. I didn't expect that on your Quest 2 VR headset, huh? I have a Quest 3 myself, but I don't really do too much with it. Not yet. Channel content wise, I plan on doing some stuff with it, but I had plans on doing it this month, but my lapel mic and other stuff that I got requires me to get a mixer, which I was going to get a mixer anyway in order to actually run that through the mixer and then connect it to my computer, because I can't connect it directly to my computer, so I can have a lapel mic for VR streaming content, and actually with a mic that doesn't make me sound like I'm a room away, because my main mic isn't mobile. So yeah, but yeah, once I get that mixer, I'll be fine and dandy to do a lot more VR content, because my old VR content was dog shit of the doggiest shit, and honestly I hated it. I really want to make sure I deliver some kind of quality, whether people watch or not. It's not about y'all, it's about me, personal feelings and all. All right. Fang never talks to you directly. I mean I don't know what to tell. Maybe you guys got to go talk to Fang directly. Completely sore and tired from moving the rest of your stuff and prepping stuff for the apartment inspection. I see. I bet that sucks. I know the feeling. Believe me, I know the feeling. Bevan, you know this Joey? You know this guy Joey? What about Joey? I know about Joey. It's not his first time here. Joey was here yesterday. Yeah, you were busy yesterday. I mean, it wasn't like some crazy shit happened. It was a shorter stream than usual because I had to like bounce out to go to graduation ceremony, but not mine's, but someone else's. But you get the point. You me chugging some Pedialyte and water. Yeah, honestly, it's a great way to stay hydrated. But water works just fine if you don't have any deficiencies at that point. That's good. That's good. Listen, oh, I forgot to read, and since this is my first lecture, I'll start with an easy question. Our transferee, Mr. Chaos. Oh my gosh, the name was spoken correctly. I forgot because it's Japanese, so everything's gonna be said the other way around. So technically, Chaos Plus is the first name and Caswoods is the second name, even though. So it's gonna be presented the opposite direction, so that it's gonna be that. I forgot about that. I love Joey's soul for mentioning Mori again. Yeah, of course. Alright, it's time for me to answer this question. No cheating, chat. I got this. The Western calendar is based on Anno Domini, the traditionally believed year of Jesus Christ's birth. Okay, what is the year before 180 called? 1 BC. Yes. If you think that history is like math, 1 AD would be a natural assumption, but the world history is more complicated. The Gregorian calendar we use today is based on the Julian calendar, which was made while there was no concept of 0 as a number. That's why, when counting backwards, we go from 1 AD straight to 1 BC. Hopefully, that is a nice introduction to world history. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I got knowledge. Got another anime name drop from an underrated anime. This is the land of the rising sun. Yato, cleanse with the Seki and end your defilement. Rend. Nice. Is it supposed to be like mimicking an execution? It's messed up. That means it was a third-year named Saki who found the body. Noragami, that's what it was, yeah. Yato's Japanese voice actor is the same as Levy. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, you done it now, Joey. You have now entered the Chaos Crew's fake relationship drama, and there's no going back. Already married? To who? Mind. I'll tell you later. Say, did you hear the rumor? Saki Senpai is supposedly the one who discovered that body. Yeah, So I wonder if that's why she looks so down. She doesn't seem to be at school today either. It's really at hand right now. I'm sorry. Yes, of course. Get out. Get out. Understandable, Joey. Shout out to Joey for being married. Why does that matter? I don't know. I made it up. It matters now. They're running her ragged. By the way, did you see it last night? What about you? Did saw a girl. Was that supposed to mean? Couldn't quite tell you it was, but it was a girl for sure. Her hair was brown, shoulderless. She was wearing a school uniform and I saw the same person. They got much detail. The image I saw was much blurrier. I don't know why Netflix did a DMC's anime when there was a perfectly good one already. Because Netflix is Netflix, and someone propositioned to them, and they looked into it and realized there's a fan base for it, and so they just did what they do and just gave it a go ahead. They don't care about the series, they don't care about the fans, and as usual, it does a terrible job of portraying DMC as a story. What did people expect? I don't know why people expect anything when it's Netflix or any game being done or being made into an anime and it's not, the original writers are not involved. You should already be suspicious. Like off rip, you should already think, I bet you they don't even know much about DMC lore and they're just winging it. Yep, they're winging it, and when it comes out, it's completely ass. It's garbage. They don't understand the characters. They don't even know what they're fucking doing, and you can tell because you're a fan of the DMC series. You're like, ah, so this was made by non-fans or people who don't even know shit about the fucking story. They just read some shit before and after they got hired, and then moved on with their life. Basically. I mean, and so there's even times when with these sorts of things where the original writers or whatever are involved, and it's like, well, what do you do when they suck? Anyway, because they don't actually care. They're not here to try to make the story as faithful as possible. It's just a conglomeration of random facts and parts. The order might be wrong. The pacing might be all over the place. When motherfuckers don't care, they don't care. And when people buy into it and they're upset that motherfuckers don't care, I'm more like, why'd you think they would give a shit to actually make this work? They clearly don't care to try to make good quality content. They just know that the DMC name is going to put butts in seats to watch the damn shits. And all they see is money. They don't care about giving you a good product. This is the modern era that we're living in, and the modern audience, quote unquote, when it comes to watching animes and media and whatnot, as much as we want, like, we got to think about it like this. Way to put it, instead of being derogatory about it. The actual real fans of any given property on the internet or at all, any given IP, those are going to be the fans who care a lot about their stuff. They go online looking for stuff related to it, games, movies, whatever the fuck, right? Merchandise. If you even want to go that far, right? You're the real fans. But the thing is, majority of people for any given IP, no matter what it is, game, movie, otherwise, anime, manga, fucking book series, it doesn't matter. Novel, it literally doesn't matter. Because the reality is the people who become real fans and actually invest into learning deeply about that thing are usually end up probably more knowledgeable about the thing or as knowledgeable about that thing as the author of that story themselves, to the point where you'll have people who can quote the story better than the author of said story because they made the stuff and moved on to something else. They're writing a new story, whatever, right? That's just how it goes. And the problem is, and not even a problem, the reality of that is that real fan status, you're like the 1% of people who will care that much about that thing. Most people are going to say, oh, I watched that. I enjoyed it a lot, actually. They don't know shit about it. They don't know any inner details. They don't care if a bad retelling of that same story or game or whatever was remade. If a bad movie for that IP came out, they don't care. They might go see it. They might not see it. And they will not care about the details. They don't care about the correctness of the characters. They don't care if it's a fucking race swap. Most people will never give a shit because they're not real fans, quote unquote. They're just people who kind of like the thing, you know? Like a prime example of this would be Dragon Ball fans. You know the joke about Dragon Ball fans not being able to read? Well, the reason that joke ever came about is very simple. One very simple reason I just talked about. Most Dragon Ball fans, considering there's hundreds of millions of Dragon Ball fans across the entire world, it's one of the biggest franchises ever. But that doesn't actually mean that there's millions of real fans. That just means there's hundreds of millions of people who recognize and know about Dragon Ball Z, or whatever, and they like Goku. They like Vegeta. They like whoever. They thought Gohan was pretty fucking cool or some shit. But that doesn't mean they're real fans. In fact, most people don't know shit about Dragon Ball, despite being able to confidently saying shit like, Dragon Ball is definitely one of my favorite animes of all time. I really like it. And then you'll ask him, hey, simple question. When was the last time Goku had a tail? They'll freeze. They won't have an answer for this. You know why? Because only actual, no offense to anybody who likes Dragon Ball, but only real fans know real facts and information about anything regarding a media series, any IP, because you actually care so much about it to do so. Most people don't give enough shits to know what, like, even if the story were to directly tell them something, they probably weren't paying attention. They don't care unless it's like some meathead shit, unless it's just characters duking it out. They don't care about the small details. They don't care about the training. They don't care about the techniques. They don't care about how this thing works and how the story, how for whatever reason in this point in the story there was a weird plot hole, how this technique wasn't even supposed to be used this way, but they use it that way anyway, and it creates this weird plot hole. Why don't we use it like that all the time if it works like that? But who cares? The most people don't. Only the real fans are going to point it out. And it's never going to be enough of us. The internet will always give a perception that there is this bubble that we live in as real fans of this thing that makes us think that the real fans are the majority, right? Because you're always always talking with the people who are real fans of that thing, who are critical about those things, who are judging these things critically because they know what they know. But the reality is, you're like you're sometimes, depending on the series, depending on how big that IP is, you might not even be the 1% of fans. You might be like the 0.5, 0.1% of fans in the world who actually know anything beyond just basic, obvious information. So when it comes to stuff like why DMC, Avatar, Dragon Ball Z gets shitty Netflix series and everything else, the reason is simple. Because they know they can sell these garbage ass series to your average fan who doesn't know shit about the series. They just know they watched it growing up. Do they actually care about it like that to know anything? Fuck no, baby. Which is why they get away with it. This is why it works. This is why these things, even if they're terrible, even if they're written like shit, so it's why a lot of popular anime, you look into it and it's like, damn, this has terrible writing. These characters are bland as fuck. They have no character development. They have no reason for why they're doing the thing that they do. The villains make no fucking sense. The plot is generic and nothing. It's a nothing burger. It's because most people are just barely fans of anything at all. So that's why generic garbage writing kind of stands atop any industry, in any industry at all, because you don't have to. Good writing, it's for the real fans. Let's put it like that. Let's conclude it like that. Good writing, good storytelling, good character development is for the real fans. That's for the people, and that's for the people who actually give a fuck. Especially when we're looking at the industry looking at industries where they've all figured out that most people don't have enough fucks to give to even learn a character's fucking name, even though they might be the main character of a series. And once that was figured out, they realized they could basically sell slime to people. And as long as they put sparkles in it, it fucking works. A real fan won't buy it, but there's not enough of us to make a difference. So there it is. That's how I'm gonna conclude that whole rant, basically. Like, it's also why I don't go out of my way to watch any anime adaptations or anything unless it came directly from a series that are like if the original writers of that thing aren't involved heavily, and I mean at every step of the way, I will investigate and find out when did they stop involving themselves in that adaptation project. All they did was sign off on it. I'm not watching that. If they weren't there making sure things were correct every step of the way, I'm not watching it. I'm not indulging in it, because it's probably going to be trash. It's probably going to be some shit that makes me, who knows a lot about that thing, go, ew. Who wrote this shit? Who thought that's not how that character even acts in these situations. Do they even know what they're doing with this series? No, they don't. They're just winging it. And honestly, it works anyway. It'll make them some kind of money, even if it's very little. And that's all that matters. All right. Let me read chat real quick. Let me catch up on chat. I was yapping so long. I'm actually behind on chat. Oh my goodness. I'm so behind on chat. Bevan is Chie. Why is her soulmate a girl? Oh, that was a misconception. They assume that the TV or whatever the midnight TV thing shows them a soulmate. That's not at all what it is. I mean that should be kind of obvious, obviously. Death Parade, Death Game of God. That sounds familiar. I think I know what you're talking about. I think it's Death Parade, Death Note? Not Death Note. What's that? Not Death Note. Monday After Midnight. DN Live is kind of weird. I watched it before watching the anime. Gloomy, understandable. They watch, but they don't watch. Bulma is such a good character. I love her. Question: do you know how she got Goku to go on the first adventure? Yes. She, I forget the exact details, but I'm pretty sure she just convinced him that it would be a fun time. Something to do with, at first she told him about the wish orbs, and then obviously that's what they were called them back then. In Dragon Ball, they were called the wish orbs before a real name was understood. They didn't know it was the Dragon Balls exactly, but the Dragon Ball wishing orbs or something of that along that nature. It was very, very sloppy name because there was no actual name put to them by the, known to them at that time. Just a mythological story about magic balls that grant wishes. But yeah, Goku was interested in the adventure, and so she convinced him to do that because he just wanted to go. He was curious. He was a curious fella, and he never left the mountain before. Anyway, like doing math but forgetting to understand. Like yeah, absolutely. Dragon Ball is so wholesome from the first episode to the last. Even near the first scene with Kid Goku skinny dipping. Yeah, a lot of people truly have never actually watched the original Dragon Ball. I've watched all of the original Dragon Ball and I fucking love it. It's great. I've never watched Dragon Ball. I hope I can in the future. Yeah, you can make time for it one day, maybe. Who knows? The one thing about it is you don't have to be a real fan of something immediately or like that's not like some status to aim for. It's just like, you know, just like it's just really just a matter of people who pretend like they're big fans of something. They don't know shit about it. That's where it becomes a problem. It's not like you got to be a fan of everything you like, a big fan of everything you like. No, absolutely not. Obviously that's bullshit. But pretending like you're a big fan, like you're a massive fan of something when you barely know anything about it, you basically you watched a few episodes, you fell asleep on some, you didn't pay attention to most things, you're not a big fan, you enjoyed it. That's it. It's like saying I'm a big fan of jump rope. All right, let's play some jump rope right now. Let's see who can go the longest. And you keep failing at like one or two jumps. You suck at jump rope. You're not a fan of jump rope. You don't like jump roping. You just think it's a fun thing to do with other people. It's a big difference. Big difference. Superficial shit is how to lure fans. Fairy Tail is lame with the power of friendship. Do not watch shonen. The thing is, Fairy Tail is a good example. I do want to say, I personally hate the power of friendship across all of shonen, which makes it hard for me to watch most shonens. But Fairy Tail is one of those series where I almost made it to the end. I'm on the very last season, the real final season. And to this day, I still haven't mustered up the energy to go finish it because I don't know. I had to force myself through it over the years, every now like through burst, because the power of friendship across shonen in general pisses me off. I hate it. I like combat that makes sense. I like fights that I can understand. Like, he did. Yo, that was so sick. That was clever. Not I'm getting my ass beat this whole time and I can't let you hurt my friends. Not like this. And then suddenly you're winning. It's like, bro. I thought it irks me to my very core. That's why I don't like shonen as much as I used to. It's also why I don't like MHA as much as people glaze MHA. Deku makes no fucking sense. I will never, ever, ever pretend like Deku makes any fucking sense. It wasn't until MHA ended that people stopped coping and pretending that Deku was some amazing character. He's fucking not. He's a fake nerd. Anyway, let me go back to the chat. I refuse to watch any live action adaptation based on anime ever since Death Note. Oh, that shit was trash. That shit was trash. I regret watching the live action of that movie, Death Note. Like the OP live action, but they didn't. One Piece live action, but they didn't do a lot of the parts. Yeah, I mean, I figured they wouldn't. It's supposed to be the definitive way for a normie, I guess, if you want to put it like that, to watch it. It's not very good if you actually know the series, but to everyone else, it's like, hey, it's fine. It's watchable. It's agreeable. And that's fine, I guess, you know. But then again, at least the thing about the One Piece live action series is that they made it well intentioned with the idea that it's made for the casual fans. It's not made for the real fans. It's made for the casual fans who could never truly get into One Piece because it's too many episodes, it's too intimidating, too much is happening. So it's made to reduce the too much to, oh, that's cool. And now it's watchable for them. Whether they actually even watch that properly or not, it's, you know, that's up in the air. But when something, at least I'll give it props. While I don't want to watch it, at the very least, it's made specifically for the casual viewers. So they design it that way. Instead of just, you know, making slop, they made a curated piece of material for a specific type of viewer, a specific type of fan of One Piece, or people who just wanted to get into it and just always felt intimidated. They thought it looked cool, but damn, that's a lot of episodes. And apparently there's a lot of filler I have to figure out how to get around. So even if you could just look up the list of what episodes to avoid, it does make it hard for people to want to engage when they have to do all these extra steps just to watch a series and not waste their time on filler episodes or whatever, yada, 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 yada. Anyway, yeah, you gotta catch up on Fairy Tail. It's low-key one of your favorites. Understandable. I laughed out loud at the whisper session. Deku annoyed me so much. Preferred side characters like Gangork. Gangork is pretty fucking cool. Because Gangork gets a shout out of me because a shout out because he doesn't. Or why did I say shout out of me? The shout out because he doesn't get as much love in his own universe for some bullshit reason. Oh yeah, I personally don't like MHA overall. Like, the thing is, I was one of the, I always make it seem like I'm like the massive MHA hater. I'm not a massive MHA hater. I'm a massive MHA professional hater. There's a big difference. The difference is I actually watched most of it until I literally couldn't tolerate it anymore. I hit my tolerance limit before I gave up on it. Because the thing is, Deku, even after his training arc, was still kind of the same bitch that he was in the beginning, and I mean that with the utmost sincerity. Deku is a big bitch, and he only really wins when he gets all motivated, when he starts to try to be motivational. And it's like, I feel like that just, I'm so sick of fights in anime in general, or just manga in general, where the whole point of the main character is to be motivational instead of being an actual fucking character. Deku doesn't come off as a character to me. He's fake motivation for some sappy soul who needs that kind of motivation. I feel like if you need a character like Deku to motivate you to do better in life, you might need to reevaluate. No offense, but Deku's not motivating. He's a dude with a fake handicap who doesn't actually, you know, utilize what he has to win. Like, the fact that Deku's touted is supposed to be like, he's supposed to be this nerdy, smart, analytical character. When was the last time you saw him analyze his enemies mid-fight and actually do something, like come up with a weakness that might actually help? Like, okay, they're really amazing when it comes to this, but no, you don't see that. He just power friendships and motivation. He talked no jutsus his way into motivating himself to win, even though he's on the back foot most of the time, and it makes no fucking sense. Bro, just punch the motherfucker and shut up. Oh, wait, that's exactly what he ended up doing after he gave the motivational speech about how he should never get up and a real hero. La, 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 la. Bro, I hate Deku. He's such a fucking dweeb in the worst way possible. I hate characters like Deku so much, but unfortunately, the series is based around him. Yet, I think All Might was pretty fucking cool. It's just Deku's just a worse version, like the lame. If All Might was lame, that would be Deku, with his stupid ass dark green hair. It is what it is, though. And all we get, and we all love our sweet cutie patootie Airy. Airy's pretty great. That one TikToker who does MHA skits, not the guy who, I don't know. I don't watch TikTok, so I don't know that one. I was going plus ultra in the army before. MHA was cool. Understandable. That's pretty cool. I'm struggling to read all of a sudden. I'm ranting too hard.
知るかよ。
Plus ultra! Yeah.
で、お前は見た？
Deku made All Might moves really lame. I'm not gonna lie. All Might moves were really cool, and then Deku started copying the names of them and everything. And then I'm like, okay, this shit's officially lame now. And nobody could ever prove me wrong either. You can't prove me wrong because whenever Deku did his rendition of All Might's signature named moves, they just not only did they just not look as cool. Well, obviously Deku's not as adept with the super strength like All Might is, so I don't care. Don't ever name your. That's like saying Kamehameha and you send out like a fucking fucking purple tiny beam. That's the equivalent of what Deku did when he shouted All Might's moves. You know, like when he goes, United States Smash, or whatever the fuck, it's like, listen, brother, all you're doing is a basic punch. All Might, when he does that shit, he causes fucking tornadoes. The sky clears. I mean, the strength is incredible. But when Deku does it, it's like, okay, here's a big punch, and it's gonna send the dude flying away. Or maybe not. Maybe they'll just fucking fall to their knees and pass out. You know, like, bruh. It's not like you did not cook Deku. All right, you shouted Kamehameha and you sent out a tiny purple beam from your fucking finger. Just get the fuck out of here. You're literally fired. You're literally fired. Saying Kamehameha and doing Murasaki, basically. It's like saying Death Beam, but you threw a rock. Like Death Beam throws a rock. I mean, it was a very dangerous and fast traveling rock, and it did win the fight, but don't shout Death Beam and throw a fucking rock. Please and thank you. Deku needs training with his powers. Let me drop him off with an old hobbit. Yeah, that shit was lame. It's funny how he didn't actually learn anything from the old man. He learned everything from a microwave, and then he just started bouncing off walls. Like, that's it. That's it. Like I really fucking hate Deku. Like the funny thing is, I was actually really hopeful. I didn't like when I was first watching MHA. I was thinking, oh man, these first episodes suck ass. Personally, to me, not like in general. I'm just like, my personal opinion was, damn, these episodes are boring, but I'll fight through them. And then the training arc app happens, and he gets his, he goes to train with the old man. And I'm thinking, wow, this old man is really fucking cool. I forget his name. It's not clicking in with my brain, but that old man was really fucking cool. So not only was I impressed by how cool I thought this character was, like they designed a cool old man for once, and he's small and short. That's dope. I fuck with that. I fuck with that heavy. I wonder what Deku's gonna learn from him. Nothing. He learns nothing. He gets told he's stupid and stares at a microwave and goes, Eureka, I'm such a smart guy now. Yay, I'll just use 2%. And then next, he's bouncing off walls similar to the old man. I'm like, okay, so we're just playing copy paste. I mean, the bouncing off walls was cool. I'm a big fan of wall jumps in video games or just in media in general. Like I get hyped for that. But I was also disappointed at the same. It was a combination of damn, that's really cool too. While also I was disappointed that he learned that from a fucking microwave. And it's like I don't think I care to view this anymore. And it only got worse from there. Like after that point, I just every single episode made me want to watch less and less and less and less. And then Deku, instead of becoming slightly more mature, became less mature. And anybody who said, well, actually, he becomes more mature by the very end of the series when he has to. No, he becomes emo and edgy. There's a difference until he stops being emo and edgy. And then he goes back to his original self and does whatever he does. So, no, that doesn't count. Doesn't count as character development. That's just a singular moment where he was different than how he usually was before going back to how he usually is. But, people don't really know what character development is, so they just kind of say shit to defend their series that they like, even though they probably should shut their fucking mouth. Tiny oldie. I didn't finish MJ. I didn't really know if I wanted to. Stopped after the Dobby episode. I don't remember exactly which episode I stopped at. It was like... Oh, wait, I remember. I remember exactly when I directly stopped watching the anime. It was after All Might had beat All for One for the first time within the context of the series for the first time, and it was at that point where I'm like, okay, so yeah. Like at a few episodes after that, I was pretty much done for it. Like I just started skipping around on episodes. Obviously, I went back to fill in my knowledge because as a professional hater, I got to make sure I hate appropriately. Okay, so I did go back to make sure I filled in all my knowledge, mine, hatefully, of course. But even then, it's like, bro, I just as a consumer, as a viewer in that moment, they lost me. Like I didn't fuck with it anymore. Deku's first design did look emo as fuck. Makes sense.
しかし妙な声ってのはともかくテレビに吸い込まれたって
Sero?
のはね
Yeah, Sero's pretty nice. That's where you stopped the first time? Understandable. But weird voices aside, what was that about getting sucked into your
じ
TV?
ゃなきゃ寝落ちだな
Of course, yeah, you were just tired. Chaos crew, y'all were just tired. You didn't actually get sucked into a TV.
けど夢にしても面白い話だねそれ。テレビが小さいから入れないってとことか変にリアル
Yeah,
じゃん
the only anime you watch after childhood, where FMA, Brotherhood, Hunter x Hunter, and like we're like 10 episodes of AOT.
もし大きかった
I'm not gonna lie, I stopped watching Attack on Titan after season 2. Yeah, like the first few episodes of season 2, I couldn't. I went from kind of interested to holy shit, I fell asleep 3 episodes in a fucking row. I don't even want to be here anymore. Like I genuinely fell asleep watching multiple episodes back to back, and I wasn't even tired. So that's when I knew I was really trying to give Attack on Titan a shot. Like I wasn't even in hater mode. I was trying my best to enjoy it, but dude, that shit sent me straight to sleep. Like I mean, to be fair, I was watching it while laying down, but it wasn't like I was tired or anything. But dude, I was watching that shit. Next, thing you know, I blink and I wake up and the episode's over. I'm like, okay, how many times we got to rewatch this episode to make sure I get the context of it? And yeah, like maybe 3 rewatches before I can memorize what happened in the episode because I didn't properly fall asleep. It was crazy. It was actually insane. Let me catch up on chat real quick. I'm extremely picky to everything. Yeah, me too. Extremely. I'm very picky. Very nitpicky too. I nitpick the fuck out of things I like. Things I like, I nitpick. Like, as a professional hater, I always keep, because the guys gotta know, I'm a professional hater. Professionally, of course. I even nitpick the shit that I love the most. Like, some of my favorite games of all time, I'll tell you, I'll nitpick it actively as I'm playing it. Man, I fucking hate that part. Why'd they design it like this? And then I'll immediately, yeah, it's still my favorite, one of my favorite games ever, but yeah, I'm gonna nitpick the fuck out of shit. I never show mercy. I don't care. I'm the type of person, I like to destroy things, take it apart, and if it comes back together properly, then that means it's something that I like. If I can nitpick the fuck out of it and then I can't manage to put it back together in my head as something I enjoy, then I officially say, then that's how I decide I hate something or not, or to professionally hate something or not, because I broke it apart, I nitpicked the fuck out of it, and I came to the conclusion that none of it, all the negatives, all the flaws, all the positives added up to something I really didn't enjoy very much. Because a lot of people, no offense to a lot of people, they don't really take in the art of that thing. Because especially with things like anime, games, and whatever, there's the art to development. There's an art to developing these things. There's a way you can develop things with your passion, right? And so I like to pick apart every part of this. I pick apart the animation, I pick apart the gameplay, I pick apart the dialogue, I pick apart literally everything that form of media has to offer, because someone's passion is somewhere within this. And if I decide that I don't like enough parts, like if I hate majority of everything that I've picked apart, then I guess as a whole, I just don't like the whole thing. There were some good things, but it's mostly just I didn't like majority of it. And I thoroughly broke it apart in my mind, out loud. And people, I'll always say this, but don't watch a movie or anything with me, because I'm not going to be quiet about it. I'm the type of person, I'll pause something over and over just to break things down and even have discussions with myself internally or out loud, just to like come to a conclusion about how I feel about that individual thing, and before I go back to watching it. Like, that's just the type of person I am. I don't like giving things a pass. I find it really hard to give things a pass. It's because, you know, my time on this earth is valuable. I only have so much time on this earth. So why would I just become a mindless viewer of anything, or of anything at all in this world? Instead, let me decide if I actually like it right here, right now, and take some time out to decide if I'm going to continue wasting time on this in the future. And if I decide, fuck this shit, that's just how I feel about it. And if somebody who's a fan of that says otherwise, I always say, you know, if I'm honest with you, you like what you like, that's good and all, but don't force me to like it, and don't ever judge me for my process. Because the thing is, you use your time how you want to use your time. I decided I don't like that thing, and here's how I did it. And as a person who has limited time on this earth, I'm not immortal. I can only do so much, you know? There's shit I'd rather be doing than watching this. I'd rather be playing a video game than watching this. I'd rather go outside than watch this. Therefore, I decided I don't like it. And if you're, as a fan, you're offended by my opinion, fuck you and your opinion. Seriously, I don't have time for it. I only have time for things that I need to do and I want to do. That's it. You know, like that is literally it. We only have time for that much in our lifetimes. So why would you fill it with shit you don't like? I'll never hate watch anything. I'm not a hate watcher. I'll try to endure something to see if I actually like it. But the reality is, 9 times out of 10, I don't actually fucking like it. So I'm not going to endure something I dislike just because other people might be offended that I don't like it, or they might think I'm viewing it the wrong way, or you didn't break it down properly. You see, what you should have done is you actually should have watched this episode, paused right there, and opened up the manga and read like 14 chapters. Then you would have understood exactly the parts that they skipped over for the anime, and it actually would have made so much sense why this happened like this or why that happened like that. Bitch, if the fucking media that I consumed has partitioned off parts of the logical reason why something happened in a story, and I'm just expected to just know that and go find the fucking manga. Well, fuck, first off, fuck the anime. That's why I'm against the practice of any anime cutting out major portions of a story that they adapt. Because if it's something important, then you won't even know why a character is acting a certain way out of nowhere. When actually it was like 3, 4, maybe 8 chapters worth explaining why this is going to happen this way, and it made more sense in the manga. As a viewer of the anime, if, for example, who has the time to check these things? What if it actually was just bad writing? I don't fucking know, but my experience with it was awful. Whether it's the fucking animators department, that's the reason why. It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter. I don't care. You know, like, I don't fucking care. Like, if you can enjoy something like Dragon Ball Z on your first watch, even with all its flaws and things that maybe cause you to question it, then that means it did a good enough job that you can enjoy it despite the flaws and the things. But when I judge something, I'm like, damn, this fucking sucks. Why did this character even do that? Why are they acting like this out of nowhere? And someone's fan response to me is, well, actually, if you read the manga, everything will make so much sense. They just cut out a lot of parts. And, well, that's too fucking bad. I guess you lost me as a potential fan because your anime adaptation was ass. I don't fucking know what to tell you. The anime wasn't actually ass. You just need to have the context. Well, that's the context I wasn't given. That's like telling me to take a test and then I have no idea what the test is about. And then later, after I fail it, you're like, well, actually, you should have studied this study guide. Well, the teacher didn't tell me there was a study guide or anything. I was just given a random math test in English class. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, No, you can't. That's just bad. It's a bad adaptation. I'm always against bad adaptations, even if it's something that I truly enjoy. Even one of my favorite series had an adaptation, and that adaptation is bad, I'm not going to defend it just because I know the actual story and why something happened. I'll say it with the people who hate it and who have never watched the original series or original thing or don't know about the original story. I'll say it too. Yeah, that adaptation was dog shit. And if that remains you the opposite of a fan, then so be it. I blame the people who created the IP or not IP, who created that product. They made a bad product and it made a bad impression. Simple as that. People only have so much time for one impression of a thing, and if they give it another chance, they give it another chance. But 9 times out of 10, nobody's gonna fucking do that. There's only so much time in this life. You can't do that all the time. Let me read chat real quick. By the way, Persona 3 and 4 were affected by their era's anime. Era's animes. Yeah, that's true. You finish Yusuke? You can post them in the community. Oh yeah, you can post it anytime you want, Ayumi. I look forward to seeing it. Who summoned the Lord here? What? What are you talking about? I'm not picky. I will nitpick everything, use my time on, even if I like it. Should have dialed it back watching the first few episodes of Jobless Reincarnation. Yeah, I never regret nitpicking things to death. Never. I never do, because usually I find out that even if I was a bit too harsh on something, that objectively speaking, I end up being right anyway. So like, yeah, I at least am right enough for me to not feel like I overdid it. So yeah, I mean, I never regret it.
だいぶでかいのまであるぜ。
I'm the great Might Pooh, and I'm gonna throw my shit at you. King Pooh from Squirrel Game at PS2. That, never heard of Squirrel Game on the PS2. Was that a bargain bin game, or when that one exist? What the hell? What's the lore behind that shit? I saw too much and I didn't like it because I couldn't justify wasting my time of waiting for when it comes to Jobless Reincarnation. Yeah, pretty much. Brotato, resume the game and yap, or we'll spend 100 hours in the tutorial. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I love yap, but if you were going a bit too slow, sorry, man. It's just the nature of how I stream. I'm yap first, always yap first. I do apologize if that fucks with the flow, but I gotta get the yap out. Otherwise, I'm gonna feel so, I guess, verbally constipated because I didn't actually say what I wanted to say. Uh-huh.
やる気ない売り場だね。ずっと見てられるのは嬉しいけど。
If anything, I do want to say I'm never, ever going to apologize about yapping too much in favor of the gameplay, or in favor of the stream over the gameplay. Because at the end of the day, this is a stream, and I will always just point out the one unified true fact and logic in the fact that, you know, it's a stream. And, you know, if you wanted a concentrated Persona playthrough, you might have to just go watch your video. I will. No offense, I'm not like saying you should leave, Kilo. I'm just saying in general. Like I gotta defend my stance here because I like yapping. And that's the main appeal that I have as a content creator, is my yapping. Unironically, I get more viewer retention and praise for the yap than actual gameplay. Yes, I've tested. I've ensured that this is the fact. This is the case. If I were to just focus purely on gameplay, 9 times out of 10 people either fall asleep, which is fine, it is what it is, or they leave. And, you know, all things considered, the yap is what empowers me to stream as much as I do in the first place, because I feel comfortable talking, I feel comfortable being myself. But I mean, I get it. I'm still in tutorial. It's taking a while. But yeah, it's just one of those things, man. And ultimately, it's not even really about viewer retention. It's more so, it's like, I am a big fan of yapping. Like, unironically, I like talking a lot. I really do like talking. So, yeah, I'm always gonna, like, personally, I'm always gonna put that above anything else. Even if people didn't like that. That's what I like to do. It's what I do. Real life, it's real life on the internet. It doesn't matter where. I'm a fucking yapper. I'm a professional yapper. Always have been. I've been a professional yapper since I was a child. Motherfuckers would always tell me growing up, you talk too much. And to them, I would say, fuck you. I'm not gonna stop talking. I can yap with you about Cooler and Courage. Don't I'm hear the same game theme while I'm hearing your yap. Understandable, man. I get you. Like, I get you. I understand. But when the yap is too good, it's hard to focus on the gameplay. Like that's one aspect about streaming that a lot of people never really understand until they actually do this to any kind of crowd at all. I mean, it's just the fact that you have like my brain is split in like 8 different directions. I have to pay attention to OBS to make sure nothing's happening there. I got to make sure my sound quality doesn't like suddenly go to shit. So I'm watching that. I'm watching the gameplay. Trying to pace my gameplay. I'm also trying to make sure I'm entertaining to the chat. You know, like to the people who decided that they found me entertaining for the things that they found me entertaining for, which is the goal. So there's also that part. It just creates this infinite brain split dichotomy of where I'm constantly pulled in so many different directions that something ends up getting you know, put on pause. Whether it's me focusing on whether OBS is paying attention or is functioning correctly, or you know, like who knows? Every 12 months OBS decides to crash for no fucking reason, and it's a software thing, you know. Like these sort of things that happen, and it's a primary example. Sometimes I start the stream and my mic doesn't get picked up because OBS decides that it doesn't want my mic to be accepted. Then I have to close OBS and start the stream, and open OBS back up and start the stream back up, and then my intro, which was like 5 minutes long, was actually just no sound at all. It's like, what the fuck? I don't know why OBS does that. I'm not the only one that happens to, but these are sort of things that, you know, split my attention in a million different ways, or I guess 8. But you know, it's like, so like sometimes when the conversation with me in the chat is so good or so intensive that I forget to play the game because I really do want to focus on the conversation, and everything else becomes secondary, because that's part of the streaming process, is actually talking, you know, actually speaking on these things. Oh my gosh. New assignments, you're cooked. You have to leave early today? No, you're good. Appreciate you for hanging out with me, and enjoy your assignment. No, well, maybe don't. And do what you gotta do with the assignments. Go crazy. Just don't go stupid. What do you mean spacious? Yeah, of course it's too much for your bladder. Yeah, maybe don't do that. Okay. Uh-huh. Dumbasses. Man, what a sick transition. Back in the day when games still tried to retain their style. What is going on here? Ooh, here we go. Here we are. Once again. How did we get here? How did it end? So we're still alive. Yeah, we're alive. Boo doo 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 doo. Boo doo doo doo. I picked the right choice. Yes, of course I did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole he has to use it plot line doesn't really go anywhere. This is a studio. Uh-huh. Man, this place is huge. It's a pretty large location. How are you gonna go home?
私らそういやどっから入ってきたの？
As far as I'm concerned, we fell from the
出
sky.
れそうなとこないんだけど。
そんなわけねえだろ。どういうことだよ。
知らんよ、私に聞かないでよ。やだ、もう帰る、今すぐ帰る。
だからどっからだよ。
How you doing, Wolf?
出口な、そうだよな。
On
冷静
exit.
に、冷静にな。とりあえず、
How's your day going, Wolf? Anything good happen? If not, let me know. Also, let me end the poll real quick. Real quick, let me end that poll. This is good. This is a good portion of the votes right there. Also got in the question as well in that Q&A. All right, let's do go. And it's another one of those elements of stream that I had to make sure I manage. It's always, it's a bit silly until it's not. I'm doing all right, Wolf. Appreciate you asking. Day has been great so far.
現に俺らここにいるんだ。ってことは入ってきた場所があるはずだろう、絶対。
Uh-huh.
それはそうだけど。
てかなきゃ帰れないだ
Exit
ろう。
trap.
とにかく
Look
調べようぜ。
Okay. Do 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 do
何
do
ここ、さっきのとこと雰囲気違うけど。
Uh-huh.
建物の中っぽい
Some
感じあ
kind
る
of
けど。
building, but damn, this fog is so thick. I can
す
hardly
ごくて
see.
よく見えね
大丈夫？帰って遠ざかってたりしない？
I mean, that is the goal, to wander somewhere in some
え。わかんねえ
direction.
よ。けどある程度噛んでいくしかないだろう。
そうだけど。
Seems there's no choice for now but to continue forward. Hey, whose bedroom is this?
お
This room
この辺ち
sucks.
ょっと切り薄くない？県外か。まあ当然か。
さっさと行かないでよ。よく見えないんだから。
God, whenever you don't know what's going on. I appreciate you, Kilo. Appreciate you for hanging out, man. Have a good one. Have a good rest of your day or night, whatever time it is for you.
何ここ。行き止まりだよ。出口なんてないじゃん。
見た目も気味悪くなる一方だな。俺の暴行は限界だ。
Mm-hmm.
花村、何してんの？
出さなきゃもらんだろうが。
そこでやんの？勘弁してよ。
You won't have to see it.
みんなよ、見られてと出ないだろう。ああ、出ねえ。暴行になったらお前らのせいだぞ。
Coward.
知らねえっつの。にしても、なんなのこの部屋。このポスター全部顔ないよ。切り抜かれてる。めちゃめちゃ恨まれてるとかってこと？
この椅子とロープ、あからさまにまずい配置だよな。輪っかまであるし、これスカーフか？
Mm-hmm.
ねえ、戻ろう。さっきんとこ戻ってもう一回出口探した方がいいよ。
Mm-mm.
なあ、あのポスターってさ、どっかで。
Yeah, I think I've seen it too.
いいから行くよもう。やだこんな場所。それになんかちょっと気分悪い。
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Uh-huh.
そういや、俺も。
Have you tried feeling better? Body does feel heavy. Could it be due to this place's oppressive atmosphere?
わかった。戻ろう。なんかマジ気持ち悪くなってきた。
Hmm. All right. All right. Okay. We finally made it back here.
何あれ？
What's that? What the? What the?
なんかいる。
Well, well, well. Would you look at that shape?
何これ？猿じゃない、クマ？
なんなんだこいつ。
It's not a bear, it's Teddy.
君らこそ誰クマ？喋った。誰よあんた？やる気？
You trying to scrap, bro?
そんなに大きな声出さないでよ。
Yep. Maybe it would be better to ask him nicely. I'm a bear. Can't you tell? I live here by myself. Hmm. It doesn't have a name.
ずっ
Hmm.
と住んでるところ。
If I was you guys, I'd hurry back to the other side.
最近誰かがここに人を放り込むからクマ迷惑してるクマよ。
は？人を放り込む？何の話だ？
Hmm.
誰の仕業か知らないけど、あっちの人にも少しは考えてほしいって言ってんの。
Yeah.
ちょっと、なんなわけ？いきなり出てきて何言ってんのよ。
Damn, Chie, why you gotta talk to him like that?
あんた誰よ？ここはどこよ？何がどうなってんの？ さっき言ったクマよ。
Adorable. Anyway.
とにかく早く帰った方がいいクマ。
Hmm.
要はここから出てけってんだろ。俺らだってそうしたいんだよ。けど出方がわかんねえっつってんの。
Yeah, you got an exit somewhere?
だからクマが外に出すっつってんの。
だからわかんねえな。出口の場所がわかんねえっつってって。え？
Hmm? What?
だこりゃ。
テレビ？どうなってんの？
They came from where they came from, I guess.
さあ行ってクマ。僕は忙しいクマだクマ。いきなり何？うわ、無理だって。
押すなって。
Hmm. Seriously, what a sick transition. Holy shit. Back when games still had style in their loading screens. Crimson Desert does a good job of that too, though. But not every game does a good job with cool looking loading screens. It's just loading. Uh-huh. You still gotta pee, bro?
ただいまより1階お惣菜売り場にて今夜のおかずにもう一品
This is fresh produce.
ジュネスのハドリ山菜セットはいかがでしょうか。ヤングもシニアもお見逃しのないようお得なタイムサービスをご利用ください。
げ、もうそんな時間かよ。
結構長くいたんだ。
Mm-hmm.
そうか。
It's raining.
思い出したあのポスター。ほら見ろよ。向こう。
何よ本当だあれだ。さっきは顔なくて分かんなかったけど、柊美鈴だったんだ。最近ニュースで騒がれてるよね。
This is true.
この前死んだ山野アナと不倫してたとかって。
おい、じゃあ何か？さっきのわけわかんない部屋、山野アナが死んだ件となんか関係が。
Maybe.
そういやあの部屋、やばい輪っかがぶら下がってたりしたけど。うわあ、やめ。おい、やめようぜこの話。つか、ことまとめて忘れることにするね俺。なんかもうハート的に無理だ。
Your heart's gonna have to take much more there, buddy, but you'll be alright.
なんか寒くなってきた。気分も悪いし、帰ろう。
Okay. Do.
おう、おかえり。
Uh-huh. All right.
まあ知らんとは思うが、
What
小
happened?
林咲って生徒のこと何か聞いてないか？ああ、そうなのか。実は行方がわからなくなったと
She's
うちの連中で
disappeared.
探しているんだが、まだ見つからない。
Okay. It's unfortunate.
仕事が増える一方でな。
次は霧の町に今も暗い影を落としている事件の続報です。稲葉市でアナウンサーの山野真由美さんが変死体となって見つかった事件。被害に遭う直前の山野さんの行動ははっきりしていませんでしたが、地元の名所として知られる天城屋旅館に宿泊していたことが警察の調べで分かりました。一人での宿泊だったということですが、昇進旅行といったことだったんでしょうか。ああ、天城屋旅館。あそこの温泉はね、いいですよ。おかみの高校生の娘さんが働いてるんですが、この春にも後継ぐかって噂がありましてね。そしたら現役女子高生おかみですよ。いやー、僕もまた行きたいな。
Man, shut your ass
な
up.
るほど。
Anyway.
では続いて気象情報です。雨足はだんだんと弱まってきました。事件のあった稲葉市周辺などでは、これから朝にかけて霧が出やすいでしょう。視界が悪くなります。車の運転などの際は十分な注意を。
Just announced her before she went dead. She apparently stayed at the inn and ran for the. We're about to Kanishi discovered the bodies. Uh-huh.
ラーメンもういい？
まだ早いだろう。
Where's my food? Never mind. Fuck my food.
いいがんな。ナノコ、薬。薬飲んだら今日はもう寝ろ。
Yeah, but what about my food? You know what? People who are sick should stay in bed. There's fog today, so you'll catch it. She's gonna sleep earlier. You catch a cold. Yeah. I'm out of here. Back to wake safe. I'm out of here. If this was SMT, that would be way more gruesome. Way more gruesome.
起きたか。それじゃな。
Uh-huh.
お父さん、何か用事みたい。電話来て行っちゃった。
見たらパトカー3台走っててさ。
Police car zooming by.
エッコンち警察の近くだもんね。何か聞こえてこなかった？
怒鳴り声はしたけど内容は分かんなかった。超残念。
そういうのちゃんと聞いててよ。みんなに話したいじゃん。
Huh. Been an incident. Doo. It's been an incident, all right.
昨日さ、見た？
みんな言ってあんなの。
わかんないけど、なんか見たって人割といるみたいだよ。
Are people talking about something? Okay, what they talking about?
午後から来るって言ってたのに。なんだろう、急に全校集会なんて。ってあれ、花村どうしたの？
Mm-hmm.
いや、別に。
A little bit of nothing.
皆さん静かに。これから全校集会を始めます。
Why is she still wearing that outfit?
ではまず校長先生の方からお話。
Yeah, get to it.
今日は皆さんに悲しいお知らせがあります。3年3組の小西咲さんが亡くなりました。
Mm.
な、
小西さんは今朝早く遺体で発見されました。小西さんがなぜ亡くなったのか、警察の方々が捜査してくださっています。協力を求められた時は、我が校の生徒として節度ある姿勢で応じてください。
Old ass man, by the way. Look at that beard.
静かに、静かに。それから先生方からはいじめなどの事実はないと聞いています。くれぐれも軽い気持ちで街頭取材などを受けたりしないように。
遺体で発見ってそんな。超ビビったよね。死体山のアナの時と同じだったんでしょ。
前はアンテナだったのが今回は電柱らしいじゃん。
A little bit different.
連続殺人ってことだよね、これって。
死因は正体不明の毒物とか誰か言ってた。
正体不明って、そりゃちょっとドラマの見過ぎだって。そういえばさ、例の夜中のテレビで
Someone saw a girl that might have looked like Saki on the midnight channel.
超苦しがってたとかって怖くない？
そっちこそ絶対夢だって。今マスコミとかめっちゃ来てるし、取材でも影
Broadcasting
響
that
され
he's
たんじゃ
her
ん。
nonstop, so maybe they said Saki on the brain.
たく他人事で好き勝手言ってるよ。
なあお前ら、昨日あの
You
夜
checked
中の
the
テレビ
TV last night?
あのさ、花村までこんな時に何言ってん。
いいから聞けって。俺どうしても気になってみたんだよ。映ってたのあれ小西先輩だと思う。見間違いなんかじゃない。
There's the song I wanted to hear.
先輩なんか苦しそうにもがいているみたいに見えた。それでそのまま画面から消えちまった。
何よそれ。
先輩の遺体、 最初に死んだ山の穴と似たような状態だったって話だ。覚えてるか？山の穴が運命の相手だとか騒いでたやついたよな。俺思ったんだ。山の穴も死ぬ前にあの真夜中テレビってのに映ってたんじゃないのかなって。
どういうこと？
Means we gotta go into the TV and save people. Or something like that.
あのテレビに映った人は死んじゃうとかって言いたいわけ？
そこまでは言い切らないけどさ。ただ偶然にしちゃなんていうか引っかかるっていうか。それと、向こうで会ったクマが言ってたろ。危ないとか霧が晴れる前に帰れとか。確か誰かが人を放り込むとも言ってた。それに、ポスター貼ってあったあの部屋、事件となんか関係ある感じだったろ。これってなんか
Some kind of connection there. Yeah.
先輩や山の穴が死んだのってあの世界と関係あるんじゃないのか。俺の言ってることどう？
I think you're right.
お前もそう思うか？もしつながりあるなら先輩と山の穴もあの世界に入ったってことかもしれない。あっちで何かあったってんならあのポスターの部屋があった説明もつく。
The real question is, did he ever use the restroom?
もしそうなら先輩に関係する場所だって探せばあるかもしれない。
花村、あんたまさか。
ああ、俺もう一度行こうと思う。確かめたいんだ。
よしなよ。事件のことは警察に任せた方がいいって。
警察とか当てにしてていいのかよ。山の穴の事件だって
They made zero progress. They don't know shit.
第一、テレビに入れるなんて話まともに取り合うわけねえよ。全部俺の見当違いならそれでもいい。ただ先輩がなんで死ななきゃなんなかったか。
花村、
こん だけいろんなものを見て気づいちまって。
Uh-huh.
ほっとくなんてできねえよ。
Of course not. Gotta get in there.
悪い。けど頼むよ。準備して、ジュネスで待ってっからさ。
Okay.
気持ちはわかんなくもないけど、あんなとこまた入ったら無事に出られる保証ないじゃん。どうする？
What should we do? We're going with him.
マジで？
Yes, of course. Super serious.
とりあえずジュネスに行こう。花村ほっとけないよ。
Yes, yes, I'd like to save. I'd like to save now. Drop that save right there. Wow, here we go. So funky.
来てくれたのか。
バタを止めに来たの。
Nuh-uh.
マジやめなって危ないよ。
ああ。けど
It's not dangerous enough.
一度は帰ってきたろ。あの時と同じ場所から入れば、またあのクマに会えるかもしれない。
そんなの何も保証ないじゃんよ。
けど、他の奴らみたいに他人事って顔で盛り上がってらんない。
Yeah, you tell him, Yusuke. Or Yosuke.
だけど。
お前はどうする？このままほっとけるのか？
It was the only right choice, obviously.
ああ、俺とお前だけでいい。
GameCube, GameCube, Game Boy players have become expensive. I bet they have. I mean, I highly doubt they're being produced in a normal fashion anymore, so, you know, at some point, the supply is so small that the demand has to be, I mean, it's so small that even minor demand is like, just expensive. Or something like that.
俺らこれ巻いたまま中入るから。
Oh, just wait here.
ここで待っててくれ。
何それ？命綱ってこと？ちょっと待ってよ。
お前にはこれ渡しとく。
Wait, what? Why is that for me? You're the one with the rope. Anyway,
ないよりいいかなと思っ
going
てさ。
in empty-handed. Let's do it.
よし、じゃあ行こうぜ。グズ、里中。
Don't let go of the rope.
ちょっと待ってってば。
No, no waiting. Here we go. Oh, well, GG.
ほら、やっぱ無理じゃん。もうどうしよう。
Now you look like a suspect just standing there with a rope. Where's the rope? Rope! Rope! Alright, let's do it.
ここは見ろよ、前と同じ場所じゃないか。ちゃんと場所と場所でつながってんだ。
君たち、なんでまた来たクマ。
Uh-huh.
わかった。犯人は君たちだクマ。
お前、こないだのってか今なんつった？犯人？
最近誰かがこの中に人を放り込んでる気配がするクマ。そのせいでこっちの世界はどんどんおかしくなってきてるクマ。
Uh-huh.
君たちはここに来れる。他人に無理やり入れられた感じじゃないクマ。よって一番怪しいのは君たちクマ。
It's valid logic.
君たちこそここへ人を入れてるやつに違いないク
マ。なんだそりゃ。人を入れる？ こんなとこ放り込まれたら出れずに死んじまうかもしれねえだろ。そんな危ねえことするわけ。 っておなあ、今思ったんだけど、誰かがここに人を入れてる。まさか先輩や山野アナのことか。その誰かってのが二人をここに放り込んだってことか。なあ、お前どう思う？ああ、俺もそんな気がする。もしもこいつの話が本当だとしたら、誰かが花から殺す気で人をここに放り込んでることもありえない。だとしたら、
ごちゃごちゃうるさいクマね。君らは何しに来たクマ？ここは一方通行。入ったら出られないの。クマが出してあげないと出られないのは味わったでしょうが。
うるせえ、関係ねえだろ。お前の力なんて借りなくてもな。見ろ、今日はちゃんと命綱を。ああ！てめえ、調べが済んだらこっから俺たちを出してもらうからな。
モッキー、調べたいのはこっちクマよ。クマずっとここに住んでるけど、こんな騒がしいこと今までなかったクマ。証拠あるクマか？放り込んでるの君らじゃないって証拠。ほら、やっぱり君らクマ？
違うって言ってんだろ。てか、お前に証明してやる義理はねえっての。それよりこっちの質問に答えてもらうぞ。偶然来たこの前と違って今日はマジなんだ。いいか、俺らの世界じゃ人が死んでんだよ。霧が出るたびに死体が上がってる。知ってること話せ。絶対ここと何か関係があるはずだ。
霧が出るたびに死体？そっちで霧が出る日はこっちだと霧が晴れるクマよ。霧が晴れるとシャドウが暴れるからすごく危ないクマ。ははーい、そういうことクマか。
はあ、一人で納得
Yeah,
して
why
んだ
don't you
ろ。
explain?
俺らのとこが霧だとこっちは晴れ？シャドウが暴れる？
そうなると危ないから早く帰れって言ったんだクマ。さあ、質問は終わりクマ。君らが犯人なのは分かってるクマ。今すぐやめてもらうクマ。
だから違うって言ってんだろ。いい加減切れそうだぜ。なんで人の話聞かねえんだてめえ。
犯人かもって言ってるだけクマよ。
Could be, but not though.
ただ確認してるだけ。
はあ？強気か弱気かどっちなんだよ。どうも調子狂うなこのクマ。だいたいここって何なんだ？テレビのスタジオみてえな。ここで何か撮ってるってことか？
Doubt it.
おい、もしかしてあのおかしな番組ここで撮影されてんのか？
おかしな番組？撮影？何のことクマ？
何って、だから放り込まれた人間を誰かがここで撮ってるのかって聞いてんだ。
お？わかんないこと言うクマね。ここはもともとこういう世界クマ。誰かが何かを撮るとかそんなのないクマよ。ここにはクマとシャドウしかいないクマ。前にも言ったクマよ。
あのな、こっちはお前もシャドウだかもどっちも何者かわかんねえんだよ。っていうか、俺らに証拠だなんだ言う前に、お前がそもそも一番怪しいじゃねえか。お前こそ実は犯人なんじゃねえのか？大体なんだよそのふざけた格好。いい加減正体見せやがれ。
Why?
あ！
You done it now.
なんなんだよお前。中身がねえ。
Sure is.
クマが犯人だなんてそんなことするはずないクマ。クマはただここに住んで
Yeah,
る
Kuma
だけ。
just lives here. Don't disrespect Kuma like that.
ただここで静かに暮らしたいだけクマ。君たちが犯人じゃないって信じてもいいクマよ。でもその代わり本物の犯人を探し出してこんなことやめさせてほしいクマ。 約束してくれないならこっちにも考えがあるクマ。ここから出してあげない。
てめえ。
このままじゃクマの住むここめちゃくちゃになっちゃうクマ。そしたらクマは
Oh no. Back on the road, not driving due to the medical issue. They don't want to get into. Understandable. That is totally understandable.
ああ、もうほんと調子狂うぜ。
Call Kuma weird? You're weird. Or Kuma. Teddy? It's culprit isn't you. He wants you to find the real culprit. The mysterious bear seems serious about this.
おい、どうする？
Why did I call him Kuma? Kuma. It's clearly Teddy, but we don't know the name yet within the context of the story. You know the words of the mysterious old man who called himself Igor. Great mystery will be imposed upon you. Have to drop off a cable box and a router with the Xfinity. Ah, that makes sense. I thought they would come to the location where it is and pick it up. Huh. Guess it's different based on the area, huh? Anyway, what was the contract you spoke of? Or maybe it's a different device. Maybe they don't do that anymore. I don't know. I haven't had Xfinity in extremely long time, so I don't know how they do things anymore. Oh, you thought that too, so I guess it's just maybe it's different, or maybe I don't fucking know. Who cares? Maybe because of AI they hired all the people that normally would. I mean, they fired all the people that normally would go and retrieve these things, like dumbasses, and now they had to change their policy to match their stupidity. Ooh, it's good theory on my part. Anyway. In any case, since you cannot leave the TV world on your own, there seems to be no other option. Yeah, don't worry, Bear.
出さないとかって足元見やがって。けどいろいろ知りたくて
Couldn't
来た
fix
のは
myself
間
so
違いな
far.
い。
We're completely in the
今のとこ
dark.
何もわかんねえし
Wife
な。
said, we gotta do it. And for stuff like that, you just go with it. Understandable. Understandable.
俺たちで犯人を探せか。
Well, I hope it goes well. You know, imagine going there and they're like, oh, we don't do that anymore. And then you just stand there looking silly. And then you have to, you know, just the drive of shame on the way home. Make the proper phone call and have them come and pick it up. Imagine. That wouldn't happen though, right?
俺は花村陽介。一応名乗っとくぞ。で、こいつは。
How you doing, Randy? Funny story, Randy. You were almost voted in as the next moderator of the channel. Almost. You see, there was a bit going on that Rylan abuses her power, yada yada yada. Though you know that's not necessarily true, but anyway, bit played out, and so I decided, fuck it. All right, someone has to. So we need a new sheriff in town, right? So I put a vote, and it was between Ayumi, Kat, and you. And you were just a random choice because obviously you weren't here yesterday because you were busy with life. But you know, it was just for fun, for funsies. And then you know, obviously there was other people here too, like newer people, yada yada yada. And yeah, so you almost got voted in on both chats. It was a vote on both chats, and you almost, like, it was close. It was real close. But ultimately, Kat won out. You voted with Randy simply because he wasn't here. Yeah, pretty much.
お前、名前は何てんだ?
They probably did like the name. Joey is one of the relatively new people to the chat. Everybody say hi to Joey. If you haven't already said hi to Joey. Shout out to Joey. Cat didn't want to be the moderator, by the way, but you know, it was a vote. Therefore, the vote decided he has to do it. It's like jury duty. You don't get to skip it. You're on the jury. Teehee. All offense. Well. Well, for you, Randy, don't worry. I told them no, but the kingdom has chosen. Bit them on the taint. Basically.
それはクマにもわからんクマ。でもこの前の人間が入り込んだ場所はわかるクマ？
この前の人間ってもしかして小西先輩のことか？
この前ここで消えた人間クマ。何か手がかりがあるかもしれないからそっちに案内してみるクマ。
Yeah, let's find some clues.
あとそうだ案内の前に。
What that? Glasses.
なんだよこのメガネ。
Vision becomes much clearer.
わすっげえ。
Once a wise man said, "It's all right if it's all right if you weren't the chosen. Move on." Oh, what the fuck?
この間と視界が全然違う。かけてると。
The votes changed right when you pointed out Randy was winning over a joke. Pretty much. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of how it works in real life too. No, that's exactly how it works in real life.
霧の中を進むのにきっと役立つクマ。クマはここに長いこといるから頼りにしてくれクマ。でもクマにできるのは案内だけだから自分の身は自分で守ってほしいクマ。
頼りにならねえじゃんか。わけわかんないの相手にできないからな。
There's monsters. You understand?
武器は持ってきたけどその雰囲気出しみてえなとこあんだろう。来たばっかの俺らより危ないならお前がなんとかしろよ。
無理無理筋肉ないもん。
Yeah, he has no muscles. He's all suit.
クマは少し離れたところから君たちに状況を伝える。
Where's Rylan? Rylan is doing something. She had to step away. Pretty sure she was busy helping somebody, or am I getting her mixed up with a Yumi? No, I think that was the situation. Anyway. Like when I thought the Bears was going to win the Super Bowl when Devin Hester got a touchdown from a kick return. It do be like that. Can Teddy really not fight? I'm not gonna hurt Teddy.
マジか。こいつしょぼすぎるぞ。こんな弱いのと犯人探すなんて約束しちまったのか。
そうだ。案内ついでに聞いておくクマ。
Poor Teddy. Back in the car and the journey started. Journey started playing. You're conflicted. Understandable. Very understandable confliction. You was conflicted? Once again, you were called a rage baiter because you said June is a normal month in LGBTQ plus community. I mean, depends on where you said it at, because depending on where you said it, that could be considered their context in that specific circumstance. If you said it in like a very LGBTQ friendly ass stream or Discord or something where, you know, they take a lot of things very seriously and they want to be taken so seriously, but at the same time they're very dismissive of everybody else, even though they don't realize that they are. Anyway, when you say stuff like that, that basically signals to them that you aren't one of them. So it's basically rage bait, because that's what they expect people who just show up and want to fish for easy reactions out of these very highly reactable individuals. You know, just so basically technically you accidentally rage baited in the LGBTQ community somewhere, somehow, in some place. Hello, Biffin. Just wanted to come back and say bye. Understandable, Rylan. Appreciate you showing up anyway and doing what you do. You know, obviously you were here for the stream. You just got to go do stuff now. Respect it. I guess watch sometime later. See ya. Yeah. It's also Men's Mental Health Month, but oh well. Yeah. It literally said report it to the moderator, and they were mentally unavailable for 72 seconds. Huh. It do be like that.
とにかく先輩がここに入れられた可能性があるってことだけは分かった。もっと何か分かるかもしれない。早く行こうぜ。
Wait, we're not gonna pick up Kuma? No, not like this. All right. This place looks like a shopping district.
一体どうなってんだ？
最近おかしな場所が出現しだしたクマよ。いろいろ騒がしくなって困ってるクマ。
You should make a channel for rage baiting at this point. I mean, maybe you should. Just try not to get reported by YouTube. You know, you gotta make sure you control your output of what you put out. Because rage baiting is fine, but you know, YouTube themselves are, how do I put it? Stupid. So, yeah, if you get reported for bullying enough with your content, somehow, some way, and you have some level of bullying in it that isn't like in a video game, which doesn't count, by the way, then your channel could be looking at problems from YouTube. I know that sounds stupid, but that's just how it is. Like, the only time you're really safe from YouTube's bullshit wrath is if it's in a video game, because I guess YouTube doesn't care what happens in video games. Crazy how that logic works, right? What's this game? Oh, this game is Persona 4 specifically. You see, my ways, I'm the one who doesn't bully. I'm the one who's taking damage and winning. They share your birthday with the army. Recruiter made sure he got you for sure. Wait, what do you mean share a birthday with the army? You mean like when the army was formed, or what the fuck does that mean? I'm gonna need more context. Like, what exactly does that mean? Excuse my ignorance, but I would like to learn. Same day. Do you mean like the day you were recruited? You also had a birthday? Or your birthday was on June 14th? Or are you saying like, or was the army like formed or formally formed or something on June 14th? I'm just trying to make sure I understand the exact context here, rather than just saying, aha, interesting, yes, I agree, I understand. You know, I actually want to know. Maybe with his friends or something? But on the topic of you making a channel for rage baiting, Randy, you totally could do that. My suggestion to you would be to do it in the form of through video games though. Find some online game where you can rage bait and mess with people and then make videos out of it. It would probably do really fucking well, because people love rage bait content, especially when it comes down to video games. Even if it's not always just straight toxicity, even if it's just minor conversations that, or just interactions that for whatever reason the other person just freaks the fuck out, that counts as rage baiting to the mass majority of people. Therefore, said rage bait channel, which objectively is just you magically pissing someone off by being the most normal person in the room, would work wonders. No, your birthday is the same day the army was founded, but not the same, obviously not the same year. That would make you some kind of vampire, immortal living being. You wouldn't happen to be that, right? Since the army was formed in hundreds and, you know, a vampire, unfortunately. We had the same thought process. I didn't even read that before I said that.
しかし
Man,
どの
there's
辺
a lot on
て
this.
か街のいろんな場所の中で
なんでって言われても、ここにいる者にとってここは現実クマ。
Uh-huh.
相変わらずよくわかんねえな。けどここがうちの商店街なら、この先は確か小西先輩の。
Uh-huh. Alright, Joey.
やっぱりここ先輩んちの酒屋だ。先輩、
That hole looks really cool. Very cool looking hole. That's what she said.
一体何が。
ちょっと待つクマ。そこにいるクマ。
いるって何がだよ。
シャドウ、やっぱり襲ってきたクマ。
The shadows are here. We scrapping? Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. It's time to do. I'm just kidding. Thought I was gonna make a Yu-Gi-Oh joke? Nuh-uh. Very cool. Very cool. The Persona animated, like the Persona anime for, you know, especially Persona 4, just the Persona anime series in general, because obviously there's multiple. For this one for 4, this one for 5, yada yada yada. You go down the list, whatever. Like it had such cool 2000s anime energy. What does that mean? It means that the way they stylize and showcase anything differs from the way it's done in modern times. Obviously, it's very good. I've always preferred that style when it comes to anime or anything for that matter. Because it's more stylized, it's less industrial, and it's more, you know, it's more artistic and interesting. Make away, gonna let me out, gonna let me out. You set me free from this inner world, say the last faith to our soul. You can point out weakness, take advantage of it, and it makes battle a lot easier. Uh-huh. When using an attack, the enemy's weakness will be knocked down. Compared to other attacks, attacking the enemy's weakness does more damage. If you knock all enemies down, you get one more attack. Uh-huh. Use that weakness and skills to strike the enemy's weakness. Or use your weapon and skills to strike the enemy's weakness to get one more attacks and get the advantage in battle. However, the enemies attack your weaknesses, they get extra attacks too. So always keep your enemy's weaknesses in your own in mind. What? Okay, I guess that's not the solution. I'm going to use cleave. That's probably not it. I mean, it's a tutorial battle. I can't lose. Okay, they're not weak to a physical attack. Or physical skill based attack. So, I did the analyze. What? Didn't work. It's not telling me anything. Oh, it did tell me that that doesn't work very well. Okay, maybe Zio? Let's try Zio. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Does it tell me more, or is it just gonna tell me what they're weak to? Okay, so I don't get information based on killing them. It's probably maybe it's at the end of the battle. Yeah. Yup. You dead, motherfucker. You dead. This song goes hard. You are now able to create personas up to level 2. And this is the part where grinding becomes necessary, for me personally at least. Because once I get the opportunity to just come here freely and scrap, that's exactly what I'm doing. Scrapping. He has obtained the facade used to overcome life's hardships. The persona Izanagi.
すっげえ。なんだよ今の。ペルソナって言ったよな。あれどういう。てか一体何したんだよ。俺も出せたりする。
Well, you didn't know? I'm a Yukio character.
落ち着け、ユウスケ。先生が困ってらっしゃるクマ。
先生。
先生。
いや先生はすごいクマね。クマは全くもって感動した。こんなすごい力を隠してたなんて、シャドウが怯えてたのもわかるクマ。もしかしてこの世界に入ってくれたのも先生の力クマか？
No.
ふむ、やっぱりそうクマか。これはすごいクマね。
Okay.
ユウスケもそう思うだろ？
何急に俺だけタメ口になってんだ。調子乗んな。
Wow, the disrespect to Teddy is immense.
はい。
まあでもお前のバックアップもなかなかだったけどな。ちょっとだけ見直したぞ、クマ。
そうクマ。
よし。お前らのおかげでなんとかこの先進んでけそうじゃん。操作再開。頑張っていこうぜ。
Alright. Into the hole.
にしても。
It said into the hole. You're not supposed to stop. Now I look stupid.
ジュネスなんて潰れればいいのに。ジュネスのせいで。
なんだよこれ。
そういえば、小西さんちのサキちゃん、ジュネスでバイトしてるんですってよ。
Yes, yes.
まあ、お家が大変だって時に。ねえ。ジュネスのせいでこのところ売り上げも良くないって言うし。
やめろよ。
娘さんがジュネスで働いてるなんて、ご主人も苦労するわね。
困った子よね。
おいクマ。ここにいる者にとっての現実だとか言ってたな。それ、ここに迷い込んだ先輩にとっても現実って意味なのか？
クマはこっち側のことしかわからない。
上等だよ。一体何がどうなってるのか、俺たちで確かめてやる。
Okay.
またか。
何度言えばわかるんだ、サキ。
これ先輩の親父さんの声か。
How you doing, Wolf? Congrats, man. Congrats.
お前が近所からどう言われてるか知らないわけじゃないだろう。代々続いたこの店の長女として恥ずかしくないのか？金か、それとも男か？よりによって あんな店でバイトなんかしやって。
なんだよこれ。バイト楽しそうだったし、俺にはこんなこと一言も。こんなのが本当に先輩の現実だってのかよ。これ何かの写真だよな。あれこれ前にバイト仲間とジュネスで撮った写真じゃんか。なんでこんなこと。
ずっと言えなかった。
この声、先輩。
私ずっと花ちゃんのこと。
え、俺のこと。
うざいと思ってた。仲良くしてたの店長の息子だから都合いいってだけだったのに、勘違いして盛り上がってほんとうざい。
うざい？
ジュネスなんてどうだっていい。あんなののせいで潰れそうなうちの店も、怒鳴る親も、好き勝手言う近所の人も、全部なくなればいい。
嘘だよ、こんなのさ。先輩はそんな人じゃないだろう。悲しいな。かわいそうだな俺。てか何もかもうざいと思ってんのは自分の方だっつーの。
あ
れよ、陽介が2人
お前誰だ。俺はそんなこと思ってない。よく言うぜ。いつまでそうやって格好つけてる気だよ。
Yeah.
商店街もジュネスも全部うぜんだろ。そもそも田舎暮らしがうぜんだよな。何言ってる。違う、俺は。お前は孤立すんのが怖いからうまく取り繕ってヘラヘラしてんだよ。一人は寂しいもんな。みんなに囲まれてたいもんな。小西先輩のためにこの世界を調べに来ただ。お前がここに興味を持った本当の理由は。やめろ。何焦ってんだ。俺には全部お見通しなんだよ。だって俺はお前なんだからな。お前は単にこの場所にワクワクしてたんだ。ど田舎暮らしにはうんざりしてるもんな。何か面白いもんがあんじゃないか。ここへ来たわけなんて要はそれだけだろ。違う、やめろ、やめてくれ。かっこつけやがってよ。あわよくばヒーローになれるって思ったんだよな。大好きな先輩が死んだっていうらしい口実もあるしさ。違う。お前何なんだ。誰なんだよ。
The Japanese dub performance is so good. The Japanese voice acting is so good, bro. It's fantastic.
俺はお前の影。
How you doing, Olivia?
お見通しだってな。ふざけんな。お前なんか知らない。
How's your day going, Olivia? How's everything going? Anything interesting? Let me know. Or not. You don't have to. But you could. You could. You know what?
お前なんか俺じゃない。いいぜ、もっといいな。俺じゃない。お前は俺じゃない。ああ、そうさ。俺は俺だ。もうお前なんかじゃない。
It is time to beat us.
我は影真なる我退屈なものは全部ぶっ壊す まずはお前からだ
Your brother's going to summer school? Sheesh. It's unfortunate for him. To oblivion.
いつまで耐えられるかな
I'm assuming I'm meant to lose this fight.
さっきのやつよりがぜん強そうクマ気をつけろクマ
That he doesn't do his homework.
危険を感じたら防御す
Understandable.
るクマ
Okay. Ending attacks to your weakness and so on. Looks like an enemy is about to let loose a devastating attack. Go with guard. But be careful for leaving hit once. Okay. What you weak to? Got nothing. Should I heal? No, not yet. I'm not gonna heal yet. Gotta help him, but he says nah. I see. He's stalling. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. I guess I'll hit him with a regular attack. Probably doesn't do anything, but maybe cleave. No. I'll take that. Actually, I'll do cleave again. Yeah, I take self damage here, but it'll work out. Okay, and I'm gonna guard here. Okay, and now I'm going to use an item. How much does that heal? Does it tell me? It doesn't. Okay, 100 health. Got it. Your day was awesome. That's fantastic. My day was quite good today as well. Pretty nice. I just completely ruined that sentence. I had a pretty lovely conversation with my dad. It was awesome. Anyway, to the video game. Running cleave. And block this. You don't need to tell me shit. I already know. I understand how turn-based games work. I got a brain and I'm gonna fucking use it right here, right now. Okay. One more time. And with that, instead of blocking, I'm not defending. I'm gonna heal because... Actually, no, I will guard. There we go. And then I'm gonna heal. Okay. Alright. Is he weak to Zio? Let's see. Give it a shot. He is weak to Zio. Do it again. You don't know? Understandable. Okay, so when it's guarding, should I do the thing it's weak to? Is that how that works? No. Wind of Oblivion. I should have blocked. Dizzy? Oh, that's bad. Yeah, I gotta heal now. I'll be able to kill it in the next cycle of turns, so... I've learned my lesson. Whenever it guards, it's preparing some bullshit. Okay, and now hit it with more Zeos. Cause you weak to this shit, my boy. You're cooked. And since like that, I'll hit you with one of these. Yeah. What's being played here? It is Persona 4 Golden. I did it, I win. Feel a surge of energy inside you after the recent battle. Yes, of course. You're now able to create personas up to level 3. Izanagi has leveled up. Golden with an L.
ユウスケ、大丈夫？
Understandable.
お前、
あれはもともとユウスケの中にいたものクマ。ユウスケが認めなかったら、さっきみたいに暴走するしかないクマよ。
Yeah, you tell him.
勇気。ちくしょう。むずいな。自分と向き合うってさ。分かってた。けど、みっともねえし、どうしようもなくて認めたくなかった。お前は俺で、俺はお前か。全部ひっくるめて俺だってことだな。
Strength apart required to face oneself has been made manifest. Yosuke has faced his other self. He has obtained the facade used to overcome life's hardships, the persona Jiraiya.
これが俺のペルソナ。あの時聞こえた先輩の声。あれも先輩が心のどっかで抑え込んでたもんなのかな。
Sounds like a you problem, bro. Literally.
ずっとうざいと思ってたか。
You got seafood today? That's nice. It's fantastic. What type of seafood? What are we talking about here? Crawfish, shrimp, something else. Name it. My little brother was playing with the lobster. Understandable. I never liked lobster. Not the biggest fan of lobster. But the meat is so delicious. Yeah, but all that hard work for just a little bit of food? Hell no. I'll pass. Unless somebody else breaks it for me, in which case you got it. Why can't I just get sold lobster meat instead, a whole lobster?
ありがとな。なあ、クマ。もしかして先輩はここでもう一人の自分に殺されたってことか。さっき俺に起きたみたい。
Probably, maybe.
多分そうだと思うクマ。ここにいるシャドウも元は人間から生まれたものクマ。でも霧が晴れるとみんな暴走する。さっきみたいに意志のある強いシャドウを。
Shadows draws others to it, and a big mass of shadows kills the host.
それが街で霧が出た日にこっちで人が死ぬ。
So then what seafood do I like? I don't mind most seafood. I just don't like lobster and crab. Too much effort for very little meat. But the flavor is so good. Sure. So many things that are flavorful on this earth. Some things aren't worth fighting for, especially with the price of a crab or a lobster. Jeez, bro. At that price, I might as well go to the ocean and get one myself. It's probably, I imagine it's cheaper if you just actually get it at a seafood restaurant that is actually by the sea, because they don't have to transport stuff from a long distance, which is probably the reason why it's so high, other than the fact that it's a luxury. A funny story, by the way. Lobster and crab, or specifically lobster, used to be a food that was fed to prisoners a real long time ago. I don't remember which time period this was, but things like lobster and crab used to be food that they would give to prisoners. And the reason was simple. It was too inconvenient, but it wasn't hard to acquire, because back then human civilizations didn't really make you know, they didn't really build them, get built around like where we build civilizations now. Like we have cities in the middle of a country. Back then it was better to build anywhere, village, whatever, near like a water source like the ocean and whatnot, right? Because that's where you could easily get food, the fish and everything. It was normal. So basically it was more common, like crab and lobster and whatnot were more common of food. Because it was so common, it was treated as basically just like a throwaway food that you give to peasants and criminals, you know. So it's like, yeah, that it makes sense. It was easy. It was more of it in most places. So yeah, and it wasn't until at some point when humanity got more advanced that they started building cities and places that weren't as hospitable, because they had technology and piping systems and ways to transport things that were a bit more convenient, like, you know, horse-powered wagons and things. Not like actual horsepower, but like, you know, like horses, moving wagons, and other ways to move things about that were a lot less cumbersome. So transport and getting precious resources place to place wasn't as difficult. So humans built cities further and further away from major water sources like oceans, and that made things like crabs and lobsters way more difficult to obtain. Suddenly something that was just peasant food became a commonality. It became something, or not common, it became a luxury, because the only people who can afford the transport of such good to begin with were the ones who ate it. So the wealthy were the ones who could afford transporting such a resource, especially when you already have other sources of food, like, you know, vegetables and animals that get hunted in that local area. So something like lobster or crab was like such an inconvenience to obtain that only people who had the money or lived near the ocean ate it. So it was either wealthy or you already lived near the damn ocean. So that's why it's a luxury these days, and the price is so high because it's a luxury thing to purchase. Unless you live somewhere that's near the ocean, in which case you probably can just go get one yourself, or inconvenience yourself by paying someone else to get it for you, but you wouldn't pay nearly as much as you would in any normal place. A seafood restaurant now, it's like in the middle of a fucking city that's nowhere near any ocean or water source. They ain't got no crabs, so they gotta get it imported from somewhere else, and that costs money, on top of the fact that it's already treated like a luxury good. So it's a hiked up price for an already hiked up good. Story time over, or history lesson, or something like that. Fun fact for crab over. Lobster in the 17th and 18th century of the colonial century. Yeah. It's pretty accurate, fairly accurate for the most part. Obviously, I'm only saying for the most part because I don't know the exact fact or the exact years and whatever. That's relatively close, and that is relatively on point. So that's all that matters. I'm sure there's somebody who knows history way better who'd pop up and be like, actually, it's 1678 all the way through, and it's like, yeah, nobody cares. Listen, I don't need to know the exact date of anything. Save that for the people who get paid for that information. I don't get paid to know the exact shit about shit, and until I do, I'm just gonna speak in guesstimations, because it's mostly right. That's what matters. The information is had. I have information. You said people in this place were going to get into shopping district in that weird room we saw before. They exist because the ones who died into this world and became their reality. What I'm trying to ask is, did those places form because of the people who entered this world? Probably they were when the shadows attacked them. Fog does live here sometimes. Shadows get really violent then. I always get so scared at the hive when it happens. Since people here twice before, but both of them disappeared after the fog lifted. They got cooked.
先輩や山の穴はこんなとこに放り込まれて、でそのうち体からシャドウ
The shadow thing came out of them, the fog cleared, and it went berserk and ended up killing them.
そういうことなんだな。なら俺もここの霧が晴れるまでいたらずっとヤバい目に遭ってたってことか。
間違いないと思うクマ。それにさっきは先生やクマもそばにいたから。
くそ、先輩たちたった一人でこんな場所に。なのに誰も先輩たちを。
陽介、二人ともここが晴れた日に消えたけ
They
ど、
were safe
それ
before
まで
that.
は
The
シャドウ
shadows
に襲わ
attacked
れ
them.
なかったクマ。なのに僕らさっきは襲われたクマ。シャドウたちすごく警戒してた。探索してる僕らを敵とみなしてるのかも。危険だけど、でも僕らなら戦って救えるかもしれないクマ。
Yes, of course.
俺らならこの先また誰かが放り込まれてもその人を救えるってことか。消えちまう前に俺自身がさっき助けられたみたいに。
Welcome back.
とにかく
We need to catch the one who's throwing people in here and make him
やめさ
stop.
せるしかない。そうか。
I'm starting to understand what's
よう
going
や
on
く
here.
少しは状況が分かってきたぜ。
So of course you can, Teddy.
シャドウが人から生まれるなら、クマは何から生まれたクマか？
お前、自分の生まれも
You were born from flowers and bees or something.
わかるわけねえだろ。
No birds
こ
though.
の世界のことならいくつか知ってるけど、自分のことはわかんないクマ。ちゅうか今まで考えたことなかった。
マジかよ。つかそんなんじゃ俺らが何聞いたって無駄なはずだよな。
またここに来てくれるクマ？
Let's see. And see you, Olivia. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good rest of your day and enjoy your seafood. Or lobster, specifically in this case. Oh, Alicia said you weren't letting us out. Thus we do.
そうだったクマ。じゃあ出してあげる前にお願いクマ。これからクマはここで君たちが来るのを待ってるクマよ。だから君たちは必ず同じ場所から入るクマ。
It's been happening a lot to me recently, dropping my controller like that. Not like a bad, like a destructive drop, but just like a slight little slip. Anyway,
違うとこから入ると違うとこに出ちゃうクマ。もしそれがクマの行けない場所だったらどうしようもないクマ。以上、わかったんクマ？
まあ大体な。じゃあ出口よろしくな。
this place is a lot like the back rooms, just with more color.
おーいっす、了解だクマ。
まず向こうに店員とか来ちゃっ
はいはい、行って行って行って、無臭。
だから最後無理に押すなっつのバカなあ。
And we're free. Sick transition incoming. It's so cool. Mm.
里中、うわどうしたんだよその顔。 んが
Damn.
どうしたじゃないよ。ほんとバカ。最悪。もう信じらんない。あんたら最低。ロープ切れちゃうし、どうしていいかわかんないし。
Mm.
したんだから。すっげえ心配したんだからね。もう腹立つ。
Mm.
ちょっとだけ悪いことしたな。いや、やべえかなこれは。
Yeah, it should be alright.
まあしゃあない。明日謝ろう。今日はも
I should get some ice cream.
う帰って風呂入って寝るわ。
I should get some ice cream. I think it'd be a great time to get some ice cream.
今日は眠れそうな気がする。
How long have I been streaming? 4 hours. I think I'm almost through the tutorial.
じゃあまた明日学校でな。
4 hours. So I want to keep going. I haven't got to the point where I can just go freely grind if I choose to. But we'll see.
あれ？あ、この学校
I'll decide what I'm gonna do after I get to the next save point.
この町とか学校にはもう慣れた？
No.
本当？けど知らない場所に転校してくるって大変なんだろうね。私はこの町から出たことないから転校ってどんな気分かわからないけど。あ、私いつも帰り早いし、その知恵とかとはどう？
Mm-hmm.
よかった。知恵ってね、すごく頼りになるの。私いつも引っ張ってもらってる。去年も同じクラスでね、一緒にサボって遊んだりしたな。
Mm.
あ、
Mm-hmm.
そろそろ戻らなきゃ。板長と明日の打ち合わせしないと。うちの旅館、私がいないと全然ダメだから。また学
The
校で
inn
ね。
can't function with her right now. Sounds like a dysfunctional inn if they're requiring on a high school student to make sure everything goes well. They must suck at their jobs. It's up to the high school student to solve it. Just
お
kidding.
父さん、遅いな。
Actually, no, I'm not just kidding. Anyway.
では今夜のトップニュース、稲葉市で起きた異常殺人の続報です。今朝7時頃、稲葉市の住宅街で地元高校の3年生小西咲さんが遺体で見つかった事件。警察は遺体の状況が極めて似ていることや被害者が遺体発見者であったことなどから先の山野アナの事件から続く連続殺人の可能性もあるとみて捜査を進めています。警察の調べによりますと、小西さんの死亡は昨晩1時過ぎ頃とみられています。ですが、現場は未明から濃い霧で視界が悪く、発見が遅れたのではないかということです。
また事件だね。またお父さん帰ってこなくなる。
Mm.
大丈夫だよ。家のことやるの手伝ってくれる？
Yes, of course.
鮫川の上流に軒を構える地元随一の歴史を持つ高級温泉宿天城屋旅館。源泉かけ流しのラドン泉の露天風呂を備え、遠方からのリピーターも多い高級旅館だ。
事件後、お上が一線を退き、今はこちら、一人娘の由紀子さんが代わりを務めています。
Mm-hmm.
言ってみれば、現役女子高生お上と、なんともこう、惹かれる響きです。お話伺ってみ。
私ですか？
女子高生でお上ということですが、
いえ、私は大学で。
でも、後継ぐわけでしょ。っていうか、和服色っぽいね。男性客多いでしょ。
いや、
Mm-hmm.
つまんない。あ、お皿洗わなきゃ。
All right. Says quick set quick save. Continue playing for quick saves. The layout on your current the layout and progress of the current floor will be reset. Will be start at the beginning of the floor. Okay. Let's first off drop a real save right here. And then I'm gonna make a oh cool. It's a little bit different. Love to look at this menu. Skill. Can I can't heal myself? Okay, it's fine. Item. I really shouldn't use this right now. At all. I did use all my heals though. If I realized how much SP I actually had, I would have used that. But it's fine. Do I have any other armor or wrist or wristwatch? Nope. Oh, cool. It didn't make a difference. Winter Yasuo outfit. Winter clothes? It didn't make a difference. Maybe it'll show up when I'm actually in battle versus here, so does it make a difference at all, like stat-wise? Doesn't have any stats on it, so I'm assuming they're all the same. Let's go winter clothes. Oh, wait. This is the school. Winter school outfit. Oh, fuck that. Winter clothes. Anyway, what about you? What do you have? You can get the winter outfit. Can we swap rings? Can I unequip this? I can't. You can't unequip this because it's the only thing you have to equip. That's fine. What about weapons? Can I get your weapon? No, I can't. Okay. Persona. I just wanted to make sure I look at everything that's available to me. Does it give me how much XP? Oh, 9 XP to the next level. 73. Quest. This is going to be for side quests. How long does it go? Up to 69. That is a total amount of side quests you can have at once. Or, never mind. It's or maybe there's just total of 69 side quests in the entire game. I don't know. But anyway, nice. By the way, very nice. System. Here it is. Quick save. Okay, so it takes me straight to the title menu. Got it. Since I did do all that, let's see. XP, oh, more money. That way I don't have to grind as much. For the sake of the stream. If I wasn't streaming, I wouldn't do that. But because I'm streaming the game. Any grinding I do I should try to get it to be as least cumbersome as possible. Oh, that undid everything I just said. Anyway, normal. Yep. Okay. In game, load game, or quick save. Actually, do a proper save here, so that saves as well. And then I'm gonna do that again, but then do quick save. Yeah. Because I've been streaming for 4 hours and almost 15 minutes at this point, and I think it's a beautiful place to end it. I'm almost through the tutorial. Oh my goodness, why don't you just hurry up and get through it already? Because that's my answer to you. So now we got boom, end title card. There it is. That's the end of the stream. And if you disagree, I don't know what you're going to agree with, because I'm going to be going now. Okay. I'm going to go, I don't know, eat some ice cream and think about the economic and social and economic state of the world or something. I don't know. Shout out to Jaden Smith. But yeah, that's it. That's it. Gonna be it for me. I don't know why y'all still here. Y'all are still here. I don't know. I mean, you see that leave now on the screen? It might even say now leave to you if you read it wrong. But yeah, either way, you should go ahead and get the fuck up out of here. Stream's over. That's it. Had a good time. That's great. If you didn't, why'd you watch to the end? You're insane. But go ahead, like, subscribe, you know, all that sort of cheesy stuff. Or don't. Goodbye. I'm ending it now, like right now. There will be no more video game. You know, it's not going to magically pop back on the screen and psych. You thought I was going to let you listen to all that and just keep it going? Fuck you. Get out of here. Stream's over.